No music. Hello and a very good morning to you all. It's great to have you here this morning. You're very welcome indeed to YMCA Cricket Club, to Claremont Road for the second in a four-match series between Ireland and South Africa. Earlier on today, South Africa won the toss and have elected to bat, and opening the batting for South Africa, Laura Wolfhard and Trisha Chetty. And to open the bowling for Ireland today from the Wesley Earl end, Amy Keneally. Keneally just loosening up, and here she comes. It's the opening delivery of game 2, and it's a dot ball. Wolfhard on strike. Laura Wolfhard, who has opened the batting right throughout this series. 16 years of age, prodigious talent. Batted beautifully on Friday in Marion, where she scored a very fine 50, yet to get off the mark. We hope you enjoy the cricket today. We're really looking forward to bringing it to you. We're with you right throughout the series, all 6 games. Keneally to Wolfhard. Wolfhard with the bat raised. Leaves it through to keeper Waldron. Waldron joined behind the stumps by Claire Shillington, who on Friday got her 150th cap. A wonderful achievement. In comes Keneally. Good delivery by Keneally. I want to say hello now and good morning to Janice Walsh. Janice, of course, a former Irish international herself, and very busy with her current role, that of president of the Pembroke Cricket Club. And a very good morning to you, Janice.
Morning, Heatley, and good morning to everyone watching.
Keneally to Wolfhard. Wolfhard just watching it cautiously, hitting it out to point.
I'm very much looking forward to today's game, Heatley, because after the game on Friday, both teams will have learnt a lot about each other, and I'm expecting to see, particularly with the Irish team, how they approach now this fielding task.
Yes, it promises to be an enthralling game of cricket. Wolfhard getting off the strike there. She'll be relieved with that. All opening batsmen love to get the first run under their belt. It's just one off the over.
Yes, this pair on Friday had an opening stand of over 50, obviously with Laura Wolfhard going on to get 55 herself. The top order, South Africa, were described by their journalists as rampant, and I think that's a fair assessment of what happened on Friday.
Yes, indeed. I thought Laura Wolfhard gave great impetus to the South African innings. She batted beautifully. Young girl.
Yes, and it's interesting that these bats are obviously coming over here to play on Irish wickets, which a lot of them wouldn't have played on before. And what's been impressive is that they have adapted to the Irish wickets very quickly.
They certainly have. Opening the bowling for Ireland from the Claremont Road end, it'll be Lucy O'Reilly. Lucy, who plays her club cricket here on this ground. She plays with YMCA, so very used to conditions here. If you're joining us, it's a nice morning, very blustery, mind you, a strong breeze, and in comes O'Reilly. Good start, excellent start from Lucy O'Reilly.
Lucy struggled a bit on Friday with her line and her length. Admittedly, the conditions were much poorer than this, and as you say, she's used to bowling here. So I'm expecting her to go back to bowling good line and length, which is what she's known for.
Good delivery, fine delivery. O'Reilly, still of school-going age. She attends the St Andrews College in Dublin. Very fine cricketing school. Along with Gabby Lewis, Ireland's opening bat, also a St Andrews. Also St Andrews pupil. Bit of a new and an ah there, Janice, early on.
Yeah, I'm delighted to see Lucy's putting the ball right up there, right up in the block hole, and she had Laura Wolfhart in just 2 minds, I think. Laura dug it out nicely in the end. It certainly was a good ball.
Got to say a hearty congratulations to Dale McDonough, head groundsman here in YMCA. He has prepared a belter.
There's a fine shot. Nice shot, a little wayward length, and Laura Wolfhart just stepped forward and hit it through the covers for 4. The outfield as well is very quick, so anything that's through the circle is going to fly to the boundary.
O'Reilly, she's right arm over the wicket into Wolfhart. Wolfhart just pushing it into the covers, where she finds Cecilia Joyce. Keeper slip, wide third man, cover point, extra cover. Kim Garth at mid-off. Well watched by Gabby Lewis, umpires Sum and Alan Neal with us today. 2 very experienced umpires. We also have 2 very experienced scorers with us today. Helen Caird and Andrew Mooney. 2 top-class scorers, very important people in the game of cricket. Amy Keneally, Trisha Chetty, about to receive her first ball of the day. It's a wide delivery. Blustery conditions, Janice, for the bowlers today.
Yes, the wind is blowing right across the wicket, so Amy is going to have to be aware of that and either go between the gusts or make an adjustment in her line because of that.
Good delivery. Trisha Chetty, wonderful cricketer, really superb wicketkeeper.
Yes, Trisha is contracted to the South African cricket, and she plays in all 3 forms of the game for them. It's blowing a gale, Heatley.
It certainly is, Janice. However, we're in our broadcast unit here. We're nicely sheltered. Cosy little unit this.
Steady now, steady. It's Sunday. fielders look a lot more animated today than they were on Friday, I must say.
Yes, no doubt. The Irish lead coach, Aaron Hamilton, had plenty to say to the Irish team after last Friday's result. And so Keneally to Chetty. Chetty just getting on the front foot. No run. South Africa 1-0 up in the series. The T20 series, and what a thrilling series that was. Finished 1-1. Two very evenly matched sides.
I think that came over back leg, did it?
No, I think she hit it. No leg buys. Umpire Sam.
The T20 series was extremely exciting, but this is a different level. This is a step up again. And both these sides are preparing now for the ODI World Cup, which is next year in England and Wales. The South Africans will go from here, and I think they play a series against New Zealand, and then they play against Australia, and I think Bangladesh, and maybe Ireland again next year in their build-up to the World Cup.
Yes, they have a very busy 9 months ahead of them. I think they have 6 international series to play over the next 9 months, so they'll have lots of cricket. Battle here of the youngsters in one sense. O'Reilly to Wolfhard.
They were very quick to react to that misfield, weren't they?
They certainly were. We're in the 4th over of play. Hello and good morning to you all. Lovely to have you with us. South Africa winning the toss and batting, and are 10 without loss.
Again, that's a fine shot through the covers, and it's raced away for 4.
Young girl down there, the ball bouncing off the ropes and jumping at her. I hope she's all right. Young Katie O'Reilly, sister of the Irish opening bowler. And there's another quality cricket shot.
Yes, and the way Laura Wolfhard is playing has prompted a change in the field. Laura Delaney has put a sweeper out now on the cover boundary.
I have to say, Janice, it's been a really good series thus far, and there's been a couple of standout players, and the young lady on strike now is certainly right at the top of that category. To me, she has been just terrific right throughout.
Yes, for such a young player to show the adaptability that she's showing. She's playing in conditions that she possibly has never played in before. The wind, the rain, the slow, low wickets, and nothing seems to faze her at all.
No, she oozes quality and oozes class. She is Laura Wolfhard. This is Lucy O'Reilly.
these players as well, these young players for South Africa are being blooded. South Africa have 4 of their top contracted players are playing in the T20 series in England at the moment. So these players are being given an opportunity to step up, and I must say they're certainly seizing them at the moment. Tempting me with jelly babies, Heatley.
Just catching me off guard while I have my first morning munch.
Steady now, it's only a jelly baby.
No, I'm very fond of jelly baby though.
Again, we have to say hello to Kathy Kendall, who's watching in Christchurch in New Zealand, Meg's mum. And I know the legendary Mary Pat Moore is watching in Yorkshire.
There's a great name from Irish cricket. Mary Pat Moore, great servant of the game. Good morning to you, Mary Pat, and good morning to all our viewers this morning. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. It's another wide delivery. I beg your pardon, it's not a wide delivery. I sincerely hope you're picking up the noise of the steam train there in the distance. Just at the far end of this beautiful cricket ground. Lovely sound. Love the steam trains. Trisha Chatty.
Yes, Amy is definitely struggling with her line. And again, because of the wind, maybe it might be sensible for her maybe to re-measure her run-up, just to take a moment, just to go back and assess what she's doing, look at the wind.
To say it's quite noticeable this morning that the ball isn't carrying through to Waldron. Perhaps there's a good shot. Lovely shot from...
That was a deliberate shot to hit the ball over the infield for 4. A lot of players practice that, obviously, because with the fielding restrictions, it is obviously the way to get runs, to hit the ball over the top. And she did that very effectively.
Just clipped through wide mid-wicket for 4. Fine shot. Janice Walsh, my partner in crime this morning. Janice so rightly said it's a safe shot with the field as it is. Ireland, Janice, I would have thought, will be very keen to try and restrict South Africa to the sort of 200 mark today. Big score they got on Friday, 280.
They did get a big score, and what I'm looking to see is if Ireland have learned anything from that big score, and also they need to have a plan B. Certainly on Friday they didn't seem to be able to adjust when Tyrone was hitting the ball all over the place. They didn't seem to be able to sort of think outside the box and try and do something to stop her doing that. Admittedly, it was a superb knock, but we need to then, if somebody is doing that, we need to sort of think outside the box and have some sort of an alternative. I think the bats dominated too much on Friday.
Certainly. Chloe Tryon batted absolutely superbly, I have to say.
Yeah, she hit the ball hard, didn't she?
Colossal. She really was wonderful. It was great to watch. 26 without loss now. 5 overs gone. Kim Garth in front of us here, Ireland's vice-captain, just doing a number of leg stretching exercises, limbering up. Such an important cog in the Irish wheel now, Kim Garth. Batted beautifully on Friday, and in comes O'Reilly. Shetty just leaving it through to the keeper.
Lucy is certainly bowling tighter than she did on Friday.
Well, she's certainly bowling a much fuller length.
Yeah.
Nice shot, just pushed down to mid-on.
And you can hear the fielders all giving Lucy great encouragement, which is good to hear.
And in she comes.
Oh!
Oh!
Would have been a screamer, Heatley.
It would have been an absolute cracker.
She was at full stretch to her left.
She actually had it, Janice.
Yeah,
she had it.
Yeah. Right in the tip of her glove, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a wonderful effort. Chetty went hard after a wide delivery, just catching the edge of the mat. Waldron will be disappointed with that because she is such a quality keeper.
Yes, she is a perfectionist, works very hard at her task, but it would have been an absolute scorcher of a catch.
Nice to have you with us in such numbers again this morning, and another very big game being played north of the border today in men's cricket. The Northern Knights are playing the Northwest Warriors at the Lawn, the home of Waringstown Cricket Club. The Northwest Warriors won the toss and they have elected to bat. Andrew Austin and David Rankin opening the batting for them. I'm sure that'll be a fine game of cricket, as I'm sure this will. We're here in Claremont Road this morning. Isabel Joyce just sweeping there.
Very good over from Lucy. I'm delighted that she's bowling the fuller length, and she did get the tickle there to the keeper. Admittedly, it would have been an outstanding catch. It was very difficult down to her right, very low down.
I think it was a case of just when her elbow hit off the ground, the ball popped, and unfortunately it didn't pop up. It sort of popped further to her right. But it'll give Ireland great encouragement. South Africa now 27 without loss. 6 overs gone.
It's beautiful sunny now, Heatley.
Oh, it's glorious. Yeah. Only what you'd expect here in YMCA, Janice. We tend to spoil our visitors.
Absolutely.
And so Keneally coming in, the start of her 4th over.
It's nice to see South Africa actually looking for the quick single there. Sometimes in ODIs the bats tend to sit back and then we'll tickle it around, but they're looking to push for the quick single, which is good. The fielders are going to have to be alert to that.
The bench is filling up here in Claremont Road. Always a good sign. It's great to see a packed ground. And we look forward to bringing you terrific cricket throughout the day. Across the far side of the ground there, I think that may be the President of Cricket Ireland. Can't quite see.
Yes, Henry Ty.
Yeah. Had a lovely chat to Henry on Friday. I enjoyed that very much. Doing a wonderful job as President of Cricket Ireland. former president of Cricket Leinster and a great Pembroke cricket man. Loves his cricket.
Nicely played. Tricia Chetty just encouraging the ball down there to third man. Just using the speed of the ball, the pace of the ball.
Bit of a late dab, Janice, really.
Yeah.
Nice shot, as you say. Lovely shot. 28 without loss. Good solid start this for South Africa. Laura Wolfhart. You know, one of the things that I love watching Laura bat, Janice, she gives it the full flow of the bat. It's lovely to watch.
I was about to say, and a full follow through right back
it's
over
lovely.
her shoulder. A lot of bats you'll see, they'll check that drive, but Laura no follows through. Right, the bat goes right back over her shoulder. It's lovely.
Yeah, it is lovely. Chetty on strike. You won't stop that.
No.
Very fast outfield here.
The outfield is very quick. She just tickled it off her hip there for 4. Again, Amy is struggling with her line.
What'd you do yesterday, Janice? Were you watching any cricket?
I was in Pembroke. Yes, I was in Pembroke. There was the men's thirds played Knockarley and came second, and my fifths played the Great Rush Cricket Club and also came second. Sean Smith got 86.
Oh, well done, Sean.
No, terrific.
Yeah, absolutely. O'Reilly to Wolfhart. Wolfhart looking for a single, pushing it to mid-wicket. There is no single.
But it was a very pleasant afternoon in Pembroke. Nice and warm, lots of chat.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Well, I spent the day in Dublin's Phoenix Park, which I think is Europe's largest public park, a wonderful amenity just north of the lovely shot.
We have put a sweeper out there on the cover boundary.
Yep, I was in Phoenix Park yesterday. An absolutely glorious day. Huge crowds in the park. It's the home of one of Ireland's most popular visitor attractions. I speak of Dublin Zoo. Beautiful zoo. And terrific crowds there yesterday. Great crowd at the cricket match yesterday between... Here's another very good
nice
shot. Beautiful
just leaned
shot.
over and pulled it to backward square for 4. It might be time. Laura might be thinking of maybe making a change in the bowling, just to change things up a bit and try and break this partnership. Well fielded by Gabby Lewis, and nice to see good aggressive fielding. It makes the bat think twice.
A real positive start this for South Africa.
Yes, they're a very solid opening pair. Ooh. Nice ball.
Yep. Well played by Chatty. Tricia Chatty.
I'd be thinking maybe putting on a little bit of spin again, just to try and break up this partnership, because they seem to be having no trouble at all with Lucy and Amy. And it is Amy continuing from the Wes Earl end.
Oh!
Again, it was just out of Ciara's reach.
I think she got a hand to it.
Yeah, I think she could have got a finger to it.
Yeah.
It has to go down as a chance, Heatley.
It was a chance, Janice, yes, it was a chance. It's the sort of chances that have been snaffled thus far in the series.
Yes, two very good fielding sides, Ireland and South Africa. And Tricia Chetty hasn't put up that many chances, but now she's put up 2 in this game. Laura Wolfhard has the luxury, because they've had such a good start. She is able to watch the balls, a couple of balls go through, and she looks very comfortable. I think the wind is dying down, which is good. That will help the bowlers.
Keneally in. It's a wide delivery, just Wolfhard leaving it through to keeper Waldron.
She gets into line nicely, and when she's playing off her back foot, she gets over and she gets back and across and plays the ball directly under her body, which is textbook.
Yeah, she has oozed quality right throughout this series. If you're around the Dublin area, north or south, or in the Dublin 4 area, why not come on down to Claremont Road today? We are in YMCA Cricket Club. We're here to bring you Ireland against South Africa. South Africa 1-0 up in this series. Ireland looking to square things up. Should just be the single. South Africa looking to take a second, but no.
Yes, that's Catherine Dalton out there on the cover boundary, running the line. She's an excellent fielder. She's quick and she's got a good arm. Now we have a change in bowling. Heatley, Kim Garth is coming on. And certainly in the 3 games that we've seen so far, anytime Kim has come on to bowl, she has made a difference almost immediately.
She has certainly been one of the standout Irish players in this series.
Yes, she takes her cricket extremely seriously, works very hard at it.
And as Janice Walsh, my co-host, has said, has had an immediate impact so far in the series. She'd be looking to replicate that. Starting off with a dot. Nice bit of heat in that sunshine now, Janice. It's lovely.
I tell you, I can't think of a better way to spend a Sunday afternoon than here, watching a quality game of cricket.
And I'm glad you're stressing the here. Good over this from Kim Garth.
Yes, it is. I think South Africa, because they know she has made an impact anytime she's come on to bowl, they are showing her respect. As we said before, Kim spent the winter in Hobart with the Hobart Hurricanes as part of a Cricket Ireland player investment programme. Really, herself and Laura Delaney were sent to the Southern Hemisphere, and she has come back better than she was, certainly.
Big appeal.
Certainly, I heard something.
Oh, brushed off the pad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, she's threatening,
as she has done all series.
Yes. Ciara Metcalfe now is coming on from the Wes Earl end. Ireland's most experienced bowler, we'd have to say. She had a superb T20 World Cup. I think Aaron Hamilton, when he came in as Irish head coach, Ciara was in retirement, and I think he saw her playing a couple of games for Pembroke at the time, and he coaxed her back to play international cricket, and certainly the team have benefited.
And so 10 overs now gone. South Africa 46 without loss. Ireland very keen to get a breakthrough shortly. It's been a really good, solid start this for South Africa. Wolfhard just adding one to her total. She moves on to 27. Trisha Chetty on 16.
see Ciara is getting through her over very quickly. She's not giving the bat a huge amount of time to settle.
Metcalf to good delivery.
Yeah. She
Good
has
delivery.
both bats paying back. And she's varying her speed of delivery.
Got to compliment you on your attire this morning.
I'm in a little sequins number, little off the shoulder black number.
No, not quite. It's a Beach Boys number.
It's
Great. You look fantastic.
Thanks,
you look
Heatley.
lovely.
You look gorgeous too.
Oh well.
The obligatory YM tie, I see.
Yep. I'm a tie wearer, Janice, I'm afraid.
I know you are.
Waldron just adjusting the field slightly. Kim Garth just set of glasses, I think. Yep. It's great that the players need sunglasses. Lovely, sunny, warm day here in Dublin. And it's Kim Garth. Classic forward defensive.
It'd be 5 if the ball hit the glasses, would it?
It would, yeah.
We have to cut out these extras.
I think Garth has been attacking that leg stump this morning. Right arm over, in she comes. Good delivery.
Chetty is very solid. She's got a very solid defence and she stays very still.
Yes. Fine player. 49 without loss. Trisha Chetty on 17. She's also on strike. Nicely played.
Lovely shot to mid-on. She just leaned over and punched the ball straight to mid-on.
That brings up the 50 for South Africa. Good round of applause from the South African ladies here this morning. 50 without loss. Good solid start.
It is with Ciara Metcalf and Kim Garth bowling now. The runs have sort of slowed down significantly.
Garth looking for that opening wicket for Ireland. Nicely
Lovely
played,
shot.
beautifully played.
Beautifully
Just clipped
timed.
through mid-wicket.
Yeah, beautifully timed, and it raced to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. You can hear the Irish captain encouraging her team to encourage the bowler and to have a little bit of chat. They need to try and get on top of these bats.
And so that completes the 12th over of play this morning. South Africa 54 without loss. I'm going to thank Janice for her contribution, and we'll be speaking later in the morning. Janice, thank you very much as always.
My pleasure.
Janice Walsh, former Irish international, with us in the commentary box. Metcalf now continuing her spell. One of Ireland's most experienced cricketers. It's Ciara Metcalf. Again, that classic forward defensive from Chetty. Nicely flighted, well fielded. Our second contributor this morning, just joining me now. As I do most mornings of the week, I say, hello, Alan.
Hello, Heatley.
Hello, Alan.
Hello, Heatley.
Your thoughts?
My thoughts so far, I came in this morning, I saw Janice first thing. She had a rather pecker grin on her face as in her presidential role of her club Pembroke, winning yesterday and beating Merrion by 18 runs, much to the Hustle's disgust. But
opportunity here.
There it be. Janice is colourful as ever, as you know. Hawaiian in style with hat and matching shirt. But nothing ever changes with Auntie Janice, one of the greats of every part of the game of cricket in Ireland.
Now we'll get back to your thoughts on the game.
Well, I will give you my thoughts, Heatley. I think, interestingly, Ireland starting with what I would call a regulation field. And I think perhaps a little bit of change of behaviour, certainly to try and make the South Africans think a little bit differently. We're into game 3 now, and Vulvart, excellent player as she is, plays extremely well square of the wicket.
Game 2.
Sorry, game 2, excuse me. We're 3 games in, having played 220. Sorry, Heatley, for that. But certainly game 2 of the ODI series, and I'd certainly like to see Ireland maybe with their seam attack. They do bowl decent lines on off stump, and I'd prefer to probably see 7 on the offside, so it gives us that balance where we can attack in the areas we want to and perhaps protect that square boundary. And I don't know whether you would have noticed in the game where we were batting, South Africa employed 2 fielders there. The tendency is, whether it is the girls, they don't hit as successfully through extra cover with power and strength, but anything with that little bit of width and they're onto it. And I think looking this morning, there must have been 5 boundaries in that area.
Kim Garth. Trisha Chetty. Nice shot.
Particularly off Lucy O'Reilly, who just gets onto the bat with a bit more pace. And again, you know, sometimes as a bowler, and they weren't particularly bad bowls. There was one that was quite wide that was hit backward a square, which was a good shot. But other than that, her figures probably don't do her justice, to be fair. And whether this is where, let's call it test match countries or whatever way you want to look at it, more experience, they pick these things up maybe that little bit quicker. But if I was sitting in the Irish camp, I'd be certainly looking to consider some of those options moving forward. Kim Garth bowling well here. Nice to see a smile on Kim's face. I'm always encouraging her to smile. Of course, played with her father for many years in this club. 55 for no wicket here in the 14th over in YMCA.
Looks as though she's attacking that leg stump.
I think one of the bigger things with Kim, if Kim can get her length right, she's a challenge as a bowler. I know she's been suffering a little bit with a side strain, so she probably isn't getting as much heat into her bowling as she normally would, but she's such an all-round performer for Ireland, Kim.
Good over that. 15 overs now gone. South Africa 55 without loss.
I'd have to remind you, Heatley, it's 14 overs gone, but there we are. It's one each in this series, or in this match, as we challenge each other. No different to the way we do on a golf course, and as we slip down 17 and 18, you get a little bit jittery, but there we are.
I may get a little jittery, but invariably I've come out on top over the years.
Settle. You're going again. You're at it again. You are at it again.
No, I just need to remind our viewers, D.A. Lewis and myself have had many a wonderful golf battle. But I think if he were to admit it, I probably have just edged it thus far.
I can't and will never admit to that, Heatley. We'll never admit to it. We've been going since we were 15 years old. I remember that famous day, 54 holes post the Irish Open, bags over our back, number 44 to Portmarnock. Wouldn't happen these days.
No, they were good days though.
Certainly were.
Great days, and a good day here, a great day here. Metcalf to Chetty.
Isn't it interesting how quickly Ciara Metcalf settles into a length? She's been a really, really great performer for Ireland over the last 2 years. That's a good shot.
It's a wonderful shot. It was hit with colossal power.
In the game of risk and reward, got into a very good position there. Chetty low, swept it away in front of square. And when you invariably sweep in front of square, it's 4 all the way.
Good bit of fielding, good cricket all round. Well played, soft hands from Trisha Chetty, just dropping her bat on the ball, and her opening colleague Laura Wolfhart taking off immediately. This is a young girl who's impressed me, Lou. Laura Wolfhart. She's had a really good series. She looks a very composed, quality young cricketer.
Yes, there's no doubt about that, and I think the first and foremost, her technique is so sound off front and back foot. Plays it with equal measure. There again, you see square of the wicket on the offside, if you notice, and that's an area that I really would like Ireland to possibly challenge Laura. Blank that area out, force her to hit straighter. She gets so many runs in that area I've seen over the course of the series, and I might be having a quiet word in Alex Cusack's ear at some stage during the course of the day.
I wish you well, Cusy.
As I do.
Could be an interesting discussion, that.
Well,
isn't it great to see so many people here? The benches are full.
Yes, it's one of the places. There's probably 2 walls in cricket. There's the Pembroke wall, and there's now the YM wall. The Macready benches, of course, kindly donated by the Macready family in memory of their dad Stanley, and of course Stuart, who played for so many years here before exiting for a 5-season extravaganza to the Brook, but they so kindly donated the wonderful benches to our left-hand side of the ground here, and certainly enjoyed by so many spectators who watch cricket in YM.
Well bowled by Garth. Wolfhart.
I think what I'd be looking to do now here, Heatley, if I were captain, would be to move all these straight fielders that little bit squarer, block off that area with 3 fielders maybe within a 15 or 20 metre radius. See there again, very solid both front foot and back foot, but that would be the area I'd be looking to cut off the run supply if I were the Ireland captain. I think the other interesting thing about the series, Heatley, it's been played in very good spirits. I've had the opportunity to talk to 1 or 2 of the South African players. Lovely group. And again, no matter what level you play, every day you put on a jersey, and those of us that have been privileged to put on a green one, It's a day to be enjoyed, a day to be treasured, and all those sorts of things for the privileged few. But play this game with a smile on your face, and these two teams have certainly done that over this series.
Garth to Wolfhart. Pushed out to Gabby Lewis in the covers there.
She's kind of made that position her own.
She seems to like it.
Patrolling extra cover, number 66, Gabby Lewis.
It's been a good 5 overs this for Ireland. Looking to get that all-important breakthrough. Well swooped, well gathered.
Reminds me of you that in your heyday, Heatley, swooping and gathering.
Oh, absolutely.
Most of your swooping and gathering was done in the fine leg position.
Just thinking of the pavilion in Claremont Road used to be to our right-hand side where we're broadcasting from this morning. Nicely played, beautifully played. Just run down to wide third man. Getting up on her toes. Good shot by Wolfhart. Yes, I do remember the pavilion down there. I remember feeling at sort of relatively deep mid-off, and I'm not sure whether it was Philip Narty from the Leinster Cricket Club drilled this thing at me, one-handed, caught it, did about 3 laps of the ground, and then headed for the pavilion before the umpires came looking for the ball back.
My memory was simply this. You took it one-handed, that is correct. You didn't do a lap, you just charged, arm in the air, ball in the air, straight into the pavilion, not to be seen by anyone. No level of courtesy to the batsman. No. It's my day.
Oh yes. No, I was no mean fielder.
How would you have described the pace you bowled at, Heatley?
It's a very interesting question, Lou. There's a new phrase in cricket which I hear a lot of nowadays, and it's MM, military medium. Well, I think I was SMM, slow military medium. But then I was also known as the dot ball king. Couldn't get me away. And that's the area I'd love to see Delaney just...
Probably with a hint of gentle outswing, Heatley. Was that your way?
That was me.
I see Martin Russell passing us, one of the great stalwarts of the Hills Cricket Club, former president. Never without a smile, Martin.
Now the excellent liaison officer with the South African team. Great cricket man, Martin Russell. Loves his cricket. Good delivery from Metcalf. She's bowling to Chetty. Chetty on 24. Wolfhart 35. South Africa 64 without loss. We are in the 17th over. Big appeal, but some having none of it.
In that type of situation here, Ciara Metcalf tying the South African batsman down, inducing effort of a reverse sweep, which will be a difficult shot to play off Ciara, because again, for reverse sweeps, as any of the big exponents, you need pace on the ball unless you're switch hitting, as it were. Shots again that wouldn't have even been known when I was playing cricket, Heatley, but there we are. Fantastic addition to the modern game, the way these players, the A.B. de Villiers of this world, play these shots. It's just a marvel to watch them. And it just increases so many areas where you can get boundaries, as it were.
And there's the first wicket to fall. Well held by Isabel Joyce and well bowled by Ciara Metcalf.
She's deserved it with the pressure she's applied, and Isabel Joyce, again, people would call that reasonably a dolly, but it wasn't as much of it, because that height can be awkward at times. You don't know which way to kind of push your hands.
And she had to move to her left. It was a good catch.
And she's taken many good catches for Ireland over the last 2 years. I've watched a lot of them play, and it brings an end to a very fine innings yet again by Laura Wolfhart. Out for 35. And here we are in the 17th over. South Africa 1 down. Interesting to hear from my great friend Janice Walsh that tuning in is the lovely Mary Patmore and Sue Metcalf, who I believe played for England many, many times. Greetings this morning from the home of cricket, Mary. I know you might call Phoenix Cricket Club the home, but I'm sorry, you are now in the home of cricket. The home of ladies cricket in Ireland, much to Janice's chagrin. But it's
Talking
nice to have you with us.
Yeah, and talking about Phoenix, got to let Mary Pat know that we had a splendid day there yesterday. We were looked after like royalty, as always. Great, great cricket club. Ireland's oldest cricket club, founded in 1830, the Phoenix Cricket Club. South Africa 65 for 1. It's a good shot. Should just be the single.
Or MP, as she was affectionately known. Ireland pulling things back here now, 66 for 1 as we've moved into the 18th over. Kim Garth and Ciara Metcalf, both from Pembroke Cricket Club, tying things down that little bit more, which is exactly what Ireland needed. And it's brought Mignon Dupree to the wicket.
Former South African captain.
Former South African captain indeed, and always
really good player.
Face and
she's
a very
quality
good player.
cricketer. Nicely played, looking for 2, and they get an easy 2.
I think this is what you'll find interesting now, this partnership, Chetty and Dupree, both very quick between the wickets, so you'll see the minute Dupree hits the ball, she's looking the whole time to push this Irish field, many of them deep in the ring. Again,
it's been a good spell by Garth, this.
I'd probably like to see Ireland's infield that little bit closer. They're hanging on the edge of the ring. And it won't be too long before Dupree and Chetty recognise this. Two perhaps of the quickest runners in the South African team. Vastly experienced, would have played a lot together. And a crucial stage in this match now for both teams. Amazing the phases in the first of our ODI matches, the phases that both teams went through. Nearly carbon copy. It's a good shot from Chetty. That's the point I was making, Heatley. You see, she's played that little bit straighter, but with a lot less power.
Mid-wicket coming into the circle now for Dupree.
Again, she's off, but very quickly realises one is all it will be. Probably a wise decision, Ciara Metcalf, taking her 45 away, taking her deep backward square that a little bit finer, and again a good decision. Try and induce Chetty to play across the ball. They haven't really swept much in this series. That's good bowling again from Ciara Metcalf, straight on the money. Shillington at mid-wicket picking up. See again there, Heatley, the feature, no pace on the ball. Very difficult to get it down there with any sort of pace. Ciara Metcalf won't be unhappy with that. It's a big enough risk for one run.
Slip in place now. Metcalf to Dupree. Well bowled.
Better Ireland. Ciara Metcalf seems to have brought Amy Keneally into a kind of short cover position. And still Dupree beats the gap. Out to the sweeper on the offside. Celia Joyce. Another sound over from Ciara Metcalf. Ireland dragging things back. End of the 19th over. South Africa 72 for 1. Chetty on 28, Dupree on 4. It's been an interesting bit in this series as well, Heatley. I was just thinking, we've had days in between these matches which have been absolute belters. You and I out in the park, bathed in sunshine yesterday. One of the nicest grounds, oldest cricket ground in Ireland, obviously. And in between, we've had mixed type of weather, but at least we're playing.
Yeah. And it's great to be playing cricket. That's what we're here to do. In comes Garth. Looking for her first wicket this morning. Well fielded. She's had a habit in this series, Garth, of making things happen.
Yes. She's a good cricketer, Kim. And again, one of the other features of this team, there's a lot of young players on this team, Heatley, in the game. You know, I'm looking around lots of the clubs now, and some very talented 14, 15 and 16-year-olds coming through, which can only be a real feature moving forward for this Irish ladies unit, who've grown having beaten Bangladesh in a qualifying series.
Having drawn a T20 series, might I add. Oh, it's got to be a wide delivery. Umpire Neil.
Again, Kim Garth. She has been working on this slower ball, which she bowls out of the back of the hand. I'd be more encouraged that she's trying it, which is the key thing, but just dragged it down a bit down the leg side. Don't know whether you noticed this morning. Did you notice Huss seemed a little bit grumpy? He came into the ground and bit of a snarl in his face.
When things aren't going your way in a cricket context, they're just not going your way. But Huss is all excited about next Saturday. His beloved Marion in the semi-final of the All-Ireland Cup.
Against your beloved YMCA.
Absolutely. Promises to be a thrilling day. And the other semi-final in Stonians against Waringstown. That also will be a wonderful game of cricket. Big appeal from Garth. Leg buys. And talking about fine games of cricket, we let you know earlier on today that the Northwest Warriors are playing the Northern Knights, playing them in the Lawn, the home of Waringstown Cricket Club. The Warriors won the toss, elected to bat, and are 49 for 2 in the 12th over. The Warriors playing the Knights in the Lawn, so if you're up around the Lurgan area, why not hop into Waringstown? Beautiful cricket club. Some great friends up there. You'll get a great welcome, as you will here. We're in the home of YMCA Cricket Club. Ireland playing South Africa. South Africa moving on to 71 for the loss of 1 wicket.
I've just had a note from the Huss. He does cheer me up. He really does. Bob's coming home.
No, he's been...
Of course, he's referring, as you well know, to the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup. I'm not so sure about Bob coming home.
We'll talk about Bob in a minute, but I want to talk about a pending series, or what promises to be a thrilling series between Ireland and Pakistan. That's coming up very shortly. Ireland play Pakistan in a 2-match series in the Malahide Cricket Club. August the 18th and August the 20th, and make sure you get your tickets now. Promises to be a sellout, and it promises to be the highest quality of cricket. It's going to be two great games. Pakistan coming to our shores. As you know, Pakistan in the middle of a test series with England. Have you seen much of the series, Lou?
Yes, I have. I always enjoy watching Pakistan play cricket. They play with great freedom and flair. They have a very, very useful bowling attack, and have played well in this series and have made England really fight.
That's interesting how they won this test match. They would have gone to number one in the world.
Well, I found that extraordinary when I heard that news, and when you bear in mind they're doing so from a position where they play no test matches at home, but they've just always had this habit of being able to produce star quality cricketers from nowhere in many cases. You think of Waqar Younis, all these great quick bowlers that just seem to appear with just that natural flair, and Mohammad Amir now, obviously after that spell in the wilderness, just watching him bowl, watching him play, just such serious natural talent. And again, another part of us only watching him bowl, I was watching commentary yesterday and talking how much straighter he's looking, you know, his approach to the wicket, taking the ball away from the left-hander and into the right-hander, of course, which is something any left-arm seamer wants. As a right-hand batsman myself, whenever you played those left-armers, any sort of ability to bring the ball back into you, very, very difficult. You have to concentrate so hard.
Fair share of great left-armers over the years, Lou.
They certainly have. And interestingly, already we're set fair for a very interesting day's cricket at Edgbaston. Pakistan 11 for 1 with, I can't recall the player who was out.
Who's at the wicket?
Azhar Ali and Sami Aslam are at the wicket, put on that huge partnership together. Sami Aslam in particular, his ability and concentration to leave the ball so unluckily run out for 83 when history beckoned with another 17. His partner really left him with no chance. But Azhar Ali went on, and it's been an enthrallingly engaging test match. England fighting back on the third day, 120 for no wicket. Hale's probably playing for an international future. Certainly looking to do things a lot differently and play that little bit straighter. So we resume here, South Africa, 74 for 1 as we move into the 21st over. Huss causing a little bit of noise and dropping things and clumsy. A little bit like Merrian's fielding yesterday, he told me. And if anything in this series, Dupree has struggled that little bit more against the slower bowlers, so I'm sure Ireland will probably look to go with an idea of spin at the other end. Perhaps give Kim Garth a wee break. A little bit clumsy from Celia Joyce there. I'd like to see her attacking the ball a little bit more. You never know. Possibly could have got 2 there with the fumble. It's just an energy that you need to generate all the time in the field. Amy Keneally coming back to 45 on the leg side for Chetty. Nicely attacked by Laura Delaney. That anticipation, mid-off, mid-on. Your anticipation is so important in those areas. She did very well there to prevent a single. I'd prefer to see Kira Metcalf here moving that 45. There's no pace on the ball. Get her deep backward square that little bit fine, and if she does sweep, it's 2, and cover that area. Again, that Dupree's just hit. Fielded well by Gabby Lewis, admittedly straight to her, but gathered well. So Metcalf bowling with mid-off, extra cover, sweeper on the boundary. backward square. Shillington at slip. Again, I don't necessarily believe Heatley would, even with an edge, would get to there.
No, we were talking about that earlier, Lou.
We look as if we've got a bowling change now. Gabby Lewis coming into the attack, having bowled her full quota of 10 overs in Merrion. Interesting piece about Gabby. She, up to this year, was bowling leg breaks and decided to make the change. And I think it's been to her benefit. It's just given her that little bit.
It's given her more control, I think.
More control, and I think she's got the fundamentals of a very sound action. And if she can get back in the groove and harness those lines and lengths, and I think, interestingly, she's taken Shillington out of slipping into the mid-wicket area, so she's bowling to 5-4 offside field. Deep square. Lucy O'Reilly just at backward square. Not at 45, and sweeper on the offside. 3 in a row, 3 in a line, 4 in a line. So starts well. Very difficult, Janice, to be commentating on a daughter, but I have referred to her as Gabby Lewis. Perhaps our listeners know, and our viewers, that she is the daughter of. But
in comes Lewis.
Again, well flighted by Lewis.
Well fielded by Shillington. Excellent work.
Laura Delaney, as she did in the previous game, mixing and matching, coming to mid-on now. Getting Metcalf to 45. Good idea, that, I think.
Yes.
Again, that's an area. Lucy O'Reilly hanging on the circle with a sweeper out in the offside. Like to see her that little bit tighter from an Irish perspective.
Wind has picked up considerably here in Claremont Road. It's a squally wind. Oh, there was
great effort by Lucy O'Reilly there. She got a hand to it.
An opportunity.
Would have been a spectacular catch, and I've seen Lucy hold some belters, but she got a left hand to it, not her natural hand, and did very well. A really good effort. Well gathered by Kath Dalton. The one thing about the outfield in YM, it can be that little bit bumpy, even though it looks Lords like Huss. It's a hard surface, hard outfield.
Well bowled.
And picked up by Kim Garth. End of a tidy over from Gabby Lewis. I think 3 from it. Her captain, Laura Delaney, who used, would you believe, I had one of the great days. It was when my children were 5 and 3. Your wife, looking for a break, took them out to Clontarf to watch Ireland-Scotland. Seconded Laura, who was probably about 16 at the time, with €20. She took them to the nets for 4 hours. I come home. How is your day, darling? Wonderful. Easy peasy looking after these kids. Not a bother. But Laura's always been a great girl, and now, of course, captain of this Irish team, which is a great honour for her. And the girl that she replaced as captain, Isabel Joyce, coming on. And this is a good move. She's had the measure of Dupree. This series.
I thought Isabel was out of sorts with the ball on Friday, very much so. Struggled to get any sort of rhythm going.
There's only one way to sort that out, Heatley. As you well know, you've got to get back on the horse.
Absolutely, and here she comes. Isabel Joyce.
And funnily enough, when she bowled, and when she bowls her quotas in T20 over, she tends to spear it in from this over-the-wicket line, which I think is something she should do in this ODI series. You know, the objective for Isabel is to get through 5 or 6 overs for 25 runs. If she can do that, she's doing a great job for her team. But she's been a great cricketer for Ireland, Isabel Joyce, the Joyce family. I had the pleasure of playing a limited amount with, of course, her brother, Ed, more particularly, and I remember vividly an Easter training camp, and this little 9-year-old came in, and from day one you knew that just a little bit full from
Too
Isabel.
full. Dupre just driving it through the covers, adding 4 to the total. South Africa 85 for 1. We're in the 23rd over. My guest, Alan Lewis, chairman of the Irish Selectors. He's been talking about the Joyce family from Merrion, and talking of all things Merrion, I want to say hello to that legendary Merrion groundsman. Afternoon to you, Gus. I hope you're feeling better. I know you weren't in tip-top shape when we were with you on Friday.
Did he have a late night Thursday night?
Don't think so, no.
Was he on the darts?
Yeah, he's a useful 180 man.
As I've always said about Phlegm, it's darts and Bulmers.
Oh yeah.
That's the diet for the Phlegm.
I actually, I said to Flem recently, I want to challenge him to a game of darts. Pretty useful with the arrows myself. Bristow-like. There it is. Get the little finger out and just hit the top of that dartboard.
Again, Izzy Joyce full again. Now, interestingly, I think she's much more comfortable, Izzy Joyce, bowling over the wicket, not giving the batsman that room, having to steer things inside out. But that's a good over for South Africa as they advance to 91 at the end of the 23rd over. But interesting, talking about Angus Fleming again, I asked him, did he do the double last season? And of course, my double for Angus Fleming would be 1,000 pints and 100 curries. So his only words to me at that stage were comfortably.
Legend, the Big Flem, resuming her spell. 66, Gabby Lewis. Really shouldn't be a single there. They've got to try and cut that off.
Kira wouldn't be known as Yifta the Shifter, even by her own admission. And it's an area that very quickly top international teams identify. But obviously her
Talking of Yifta the Shifter, you seen any of the Olympics thus far?
I love the Olympic Games.
So do I.
From
Fantastic
the age of 10,
spectacle.
1976, Montreal.
Your all-time favourite Olympian,
Well,
if you had to pick one?
That's a very difficult one because I just love Usain. But my early memories, 10-year-old Nadia Comaneci.
Oh, I was going to say
beam.
Big Nadia, Little Nadia.
Always had a fetish for girls. Mark Spitz,
Mark
says
Spitz,
Janice.
no,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
well.
true. That is true. Mark Spitz with the 7 goals. But the gymnastics, obviously the grace of the female gymnastics, but the strength of the men's is just something. Those rings. Imagine you in those rings, Huntley.
Oh, no.
Could you hold yourself up
Oh,
in those
no.
rings?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, I ain't a ring man.
No. Oh, dear. The Husses named Mo Farah.
Oh, he
as his
loves Mo
favourite.
Farah.
Big Mo.
Get him up there, Mo.
Up there, Big Mo.
Big Arsenal man. Mo Farah. Loves the Gunners.
Again. Straight on to 45. Interestingly, watching Gabby Lewis bowl. Interestingly, looking at your production, funnily enough. Gabby, 15 years old, the tallest of the current crop
Is she?
of Irish players. Certainly
Wow.
looking across the line that I looked across, she certainly appeared the tallest. And again, bowling these off breaks, if she can keep herself as tall as she can. Tendency with those short bowls is she tends to drop that left shoulder a little. But any time she gets it right, she gets that little bit of drop. That little bit of drop that off spinners love. You're unsure of the length to drive. But hopefully for her, over the next number of years, she can refine the art. And again, Chetty and Dupree very sharp in identifying. Moving the field now. Better there from Isabel Joyce. If she could just settle into a rhythm now, Izzy.
You know, she's such an important bowler for Ireland, and you know, when Izzy is bowling well, invariably Ireland are going well. It's a good shot.
Again, that is an excellent shot. Won't make it all the way. And well done to Lucy O'Reilly. Ciara Metcalf, not with the biggest of arms, helping out her colleague. But a very good shot from Mignon. Dupree there, very good exponent of the reverse sweep. I was thinking of asking, could she give me a little net at some stage later in the day? Give me...
I certainly wouldn't put it past you to ask Mignon. You've never been shy to...
Ask the question?
No. It's always been one of your strengths, Lou
I was
Dog.
always a believer, Heatley, in life. There's two words in life. It's either yes or it's either no. And if you get the no, you continue until you get the yes.
I hasten to add, for our viewers, invariably you've got the yes down the years.
Maybe never worked. Wait, yes, wait. Well, I was prepared to wait.
Well bowled.
Prepared to wait,
Much
Jonas.
better over this from Isabel Joyce. South Africa 98 for 1. We're in the 25th over. Isabel deflected. Oh, Lewis got it on the shin. It's a shinner for 1. But thankfully, she's fine.
Like her father in the household, take it on the shin,
Oh,
move on.
Move on.
Battle
yep.
down, grit the teeth,
That's what
Heatley.
it's all about.
As you always did.
Yes.
You were never the greatest patient.
Oh, no.
It'd be the one thing I would say
No.
about you.
No.
You were a touch mummy's boy in that regard.
Oh,
You
yes.
like to get a little pill,
Yeah.
a little rub.
Yep.
But there we are.
That's...
I had
Got
no
us.
sympathy for my mother.
Got to say hello to my own mum. She's with us this morning. Glorious shot that. Hard to cut that off. Quick outfield. Lewis just dropping it a little bit short. Nicely played. Trisha Chetty just off the back foot, pushing it through the covers. A well-run single. 104 for 1. We're just over the halfway stage. We're in the 26th over. Lewis just dragging it down and hit for 4. Delighted to welcome our first South African contribution this morning, Cliffy Deacon. Morning, Cliffy.
Morning, how are things here?
Yeah, very good indeed. All the better for having you with us.
Yeah,
Hope things are well with you.
Yeah,
Better delivery.
Must say, South Africa started much better today. I know we had a good start the other day at Marion, but we lost those wickets and clusters, which we haven't done so far today. And 2 senior batters batting together here today, and we'd like to see Mignon de Prier contribute. She made that 50 in the first 2020 game. We'd like to see her make some runs in the one-day series as well.
As I'm sure she would, and she's started exceptionally well. Moving nicely through the 20s. South Africa 109 for 1.
Yeah, I think one thing that the South African batters have done well today is make sure that they pick up singles. We saw Sunay Lees and Chloe try and do it well the other day when they resurrected the innings for South Africa. These two are learning from that and applying it really well yet.
I never realised when you and I last spoke that you're not shy of a microphone.
Yeah, we, like I said to you after our stint together, that's something that I've always enjoyed. We've been doing it for about a year and a half back home in South Africa, working for Supersport and mostly on domestic cricket. Did 1 or 2 international games.
And you enjoy it?
Love it.
Love it,
Absolutely
great.
enjoy it.
Great.
Like I said to you when we spoke last, is as long as I can stay part of cricket, whichever way possible. This is good accumulation, this.
So what did you do yesterday on your day off? Did you get to see any Dublin sites?
Yeah, we went into the city centre as a team, and then everybody was allowed to do whatever they need to do to get away from cricket for a while. We've been busy with cricket every day from last week Thursday when we got here. So coach decided it's time for the ladies to spend some time away from the game, get their heads clean. You know how women can shop.
Something that they're particularly talented at. Any plans for the rest of the week?
Nothing in particular. We've got 1 or 2 team functions we're going to attend. But look, at the end of the day, we're here to play cricket, so mostly cricket focused.
Yeah, and for those of you joining us on the live stream, you're exceptionally welcome, and we will be bringing the entire Ireland-South Africa series to you. Today we're in Claremont Road. On Tuesday we make our way to Malahide Cricket Club, and the final game in the series will be played in the Hills Cricket Club. So some beautiful grounds to visit, and I know you're going to really enjoy them, Cliffy. 2 wonderful grounds.
Yeah, the first day we arrived, we were allowed to go train at Malahide. Very nice ground, and I hear that the Hills is a very picturesque ground. Lots of open areas around it. Grew up on a farm, so would feel kind of at home at the ground.
Yes, it's one of the premier grounds in Irish cricket. We look forward to bringing you cricket live from the Hills Cricket Club, one of the top clubs not just in the Leinster province but in Ireland. There's a quality shot. Beautiful shot, Cliffy.
Yeah, Lewis just over pitching there a little bit. De Bruyne making sure that she splits the mid on and mid wicket fielders. No corner out on the fence, so once the ball passed them, they were sure to have chased down the ball to stop that boundary.
We were just talking the other day, Cliff, dragged down.
Lewis not settled in a
No.
strategy. You can see that she, the consistency with the lines are good, but the lengths are very inconsistent at the moment, and it's hard to bring it back once people take advantage of your inconsistency in length.
Yeah, it can be a battle, and she certainly has a battle on her hands here. Nicely pushed down the ground for one.
And that's the other thing. Now you bowl a good ball or a good delivery, and you're still going for runs, but you have to have fielders out on the fence covering for you if you're struggling with your line and length. So irrespective of whether it's a good or bad delivery, you're still going for runs. Lucky to get away with that one there.
Very. Struggling a little bit here.
But we also know it only takes one ball, one good delivery, one wicket, and all of a sudden everything changes for you.
Absolutely. And that wasn't the good ball that she was looking for.
Shame, no, she's really struggling here. I wouldn't be surprised if the captain asked her to take a bit of a break.
I think that could well happen, all right. Did you do anything to celebrate your victory on Friday?
No. I mean, you have to take into consideration that the ladies need to recover because it's a day on day off type of series. Celebrating one game, but is not going to be a good thing. I think if you still have a series to win.
Yeah. And South Africa looking to go 2-0 up in the series. Ireland looking to level things up. Isabel Joyce. Chetty just moving quietly on to 44. Oh, little bit of vocal activity from the South African ladies.
Yeah, it's that standing joke we spoke about the other day with a free hit. So let's see what happens here.
It's well run.
Yeah, it's very good
Exceptionally well
running.
run.
Very good running, especially if you realise that the lady that's out there at the wide long on has to throw into the wind.
Yeah,
It's quite a breeze that's blowing here, so
it is,
easy
absolutely. Ireland will be very keen to break this partnership. Last wicket fell at 65. We're now 134 for one. Here's an opportunity. No, chipped into the gap.
If Isabel Joyce doesn't have a 45 fielder around the corner, the sweep or the lap is actually a free option. You only have the keeper and then your mid-wicket, which is quite straight. So there's open space there.
Nicely played off the back foot, just pushed down the ground for another single. Well, Cliffy, you'll be glad to know I've been doing a little bit of work on the history of the Deacon family. And I'm hoping that some of the Deacons may be with us today. Oh, sloppy work there. Yeah, I'm hoping some of the Deacons may be here, and I'm going to introduce you to them, and you can have a chin wag and
Look forward to this.
Yeah.
I really do. I was walking around in town yesterday, and one of the stores you guys have with all the mementos, Carol's, I've got these. I don't know if it's a
little plaques.
those little plaques with
Yeah.
with the surnames.
Did we see a Deacon?
I did not find one. I
I'd say
was looking for one.
I'd say you were frantically.
I was paging through
Oh,
all of
I
them.
could just imagine.
Lucy O'Reilly back in the bowling attack. We spoke about the change in bowling, and it did happen.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ireland know that they need to try and take a wicket, and Lucy, being one of the main strike bowlers, been brought back in the attack to see if she can't make that happen.
We were talking prior to you coming into the commentary box, Cliffy, about the head groundsman from Marion, Angus Fleming. I threw down a challenge, and the challenge has been accepted. Next Saturday we're going to have a darts challenge, with the winning funds going to Darts for Autism, a wonderful charity. So I look forward to that, Gus. You just get your practice in during the week, lad. You ain't seen nothing yet. Nicely played. Just pushed down to third man. It's another single. $140 for one now. We're in the 30th over. Big appeal! And there's the second wicket to fall. Splendid catch that by Waldron.
Waldron standing up to Lucy O'Reilly. Definitely a very good catch. And exactly why she was brought back into the attack, Lucy O'Reilly, breaking this partnership and making sure that South Africa has to restart another partnership, and the set batter is on 49. Unlucky to not get a 50.
Yes. Batted very well, I thought, Cliffy.
Yeah, she's been struggling up until today. Nice to see her back in some runs. Knowing her, I know she would have liked to have converted this into a much bigger score, but it's always a good start.
Certainly is, and she receives a warm round of applause from her teammates. Well deserved too. Trisha Chetty out for 49. South Africa lose their second wicket. 140 for 2. We're in the 30th over. New batsman.
Andri Steyn, she hails from Pretoria, but she's playing a cricket down in Western Province. It's the team that's been the most dominant in South Africa. Very important for South Africa to rebuild as quickly as possible on the new partnership, but also, if you speak from an Irish point of view, that they continue now to try and take wickets to slow the South Africans down. Nice little battle that we'll see for the next couple of overs here.
O'Reilly with her tail up now, picking up her first wicket, Ireland's second wicket of the day. Kath Dalton comes into the ring.
It's also a very good comeback from Lucy O'Reilly. She was kind of expensive in her first spell, and then to come back and then not only stem everything, but to slow it down.
Big appeal, and she's got her second wicket. A big appeal there, and umpire Alan Neal taking his time, but from a batsman's perspective, raising the dreaded finger.
He did think long and hard about that one. Might be because of the fact that he had to make sure the ball's going to hit the stumps. Hit kind of high on the pad, but in his opinion, ball going to hit the stumps, and Andri Steyn loses her wicket. It's the first ball that she's received. Captain Dinesh Devnarayan is going to join the ex-captain Mignon de Pruya.
You might tell us a little bit about the South African skipper.
Dinesha is from Durban. She plays a cricket for the Natal Coastal side. She recently completed a Cricket South Africa Level 3 coaching certificate. And if I'm correct, she's also I think she's the player coach for the Natal Coastal team. Used to be a seamer all-rounder. She's now converted to off-spin alongside her batting.
And so Devnarayan is about to face her first delivery of the day. Isabel Joyce coming from the Wesley Earl end. We're in YMCA Cricket Club, located on Dublin's south side, and she is bowled her first delivery.
2 first bowlers in the space of 4 balls.
You talked about these clusters, Cliffy, and from a South African perspective, it's not what you wanted to see.
This thing has been plaguing South Africa women cricket for a while, and there we see it again. 3 wickets for the amount of 1 run after you've been on top, and 140 for 2 to 140 for 4, not something the South Africans would like to see. The
incoming batsman for South Africa, Sunay Lease batted beautifully the other day, I thought.
Yeah, they both her and Chloe Tryon, I felt, timed their innings and their partnership really well, knew when to accelerate, knew what to do in the beginning to accumulate runs without playing high-risk cricket. And we spoke about that after the game. I said to them they must try and remember the tempo of the innings, the respective innings, and because what they did 2 days ago was immaculate.
Absolutely. The Irish ladies team just turning the screw a little bit here. It's been a really good couple of overs for them. Nice confident way to get off the mark, mind you. Sunay Lease batted so beautifully in the first of the ODIs. South Africa now 143 for 4. Cliffy Deacon, my guest this afternoon. Cliffy is the physio to the South African squad. We're delighted to have him with us. The commentaries that you do in South Africa, in Afrikaner or in English, or both?
We have Afrikaans teams, we have English teams. I'm designated to the Afrikaans team. So it's nice to do some commentary in English.
Good delivery. Cliffy, I've got to get you to say, good spell this Heatley in Afrikaner, please.
When you want me to do it right now?
Right now, please. I'm ready and waiting.
My father-in-law is actually a commentator, so I need to get my words right here. Okay, here we go. Dis 'n baie goeie wait, let me get the right word, Afrikaans word. Yeah. I'm thinking in English while I'm in Ireland, so I got to find the right word.
Well, while you're thinking, I want to remind our viewers, hat-trick delivery for Lucy O'Reilly. Big delivery. In she comes. Right arm over the wicket. Well bowled. Big round of applause. It's back to Cliffy though. We're waiting.
Right, here we go.
Here we go.
Dis 'n baie goeie kommentaar skof, Keatley.
Fantastic. Just love it. Been commentating for quite some time now, and that's the first Afrikaan I've had. Delighted to have it. Good 50 there by
Mignon de Prez.
yeah. She's
no, she would like to take some responsibility up the order. There's it's not a rule, but you always want one of your top 4 to bat through an ODI innings, and she will have to take that on her shoulders now.
very good 50 coming off just 46 balls. No doubt the rest of the management staff and yourself will be delighted with that, Cliffy. Good strike rate.
Yeah, that's always one of the things that you want to look at, is to make sure that the ladies, yes, they got to value their wickets, but they can't value it to the point or to the extent where they don't want to score some runs. So it's good to see that they both scoring runs, but not eating up too many balls.
O'Reilly continuing this excellent comeback spell. It's good cricket. Good work there from Isabel Joyce.
I had a very interesting conversation after our commentary stint at Merion. I got a message from Ian Pont that said to me Kath Dalton, who made a debut at Merion the other day, she was in the town where I did play my domestic cricket in Potchefstroom. There was international coaching thing that we had in Potch a couple of years ago, in 2009 actually, and Kath Dalton was one of the ladies that came out to Potchefstroom to do some training there, and he reminded me of that afterwards.
Interesting. Good delivery. Just driven down the ground. It's just the single. 147 for 4. Ireland clawing their way back into this, the second of 4 ODIs. South Africa winning the first and going 1-0 up in the series. Lots to play for here. I can honestly say, Cliffy, I don't remember cricket being played in such windy conditions. We get lots of rain, as you can imagine, over here, but the winds have been particularly strong.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't such an amount of rain around for the second 2020 when we were here, YMCA. But I mean, the wind has just been howling both today and in that second 2020. We didn't have as much wind in Merion.
Yeah, it's been a real noticeable feature of the cricket here in YM. That strong swirling breeze.
Club cricket in Ireland, is that the Premiership or the Premier League club cricket? Is that played over Saturdays?
Yes. Virtually all Premier League cricket. As you know, you're in Dublin, Cliffy, and Dublin is within the Leinster province, and all Premier League cricket in Leinster is played on Saturday. There are 8 clubs in the Premier stroke top division, and I don't think I've ever seen such a competitive division as we have this year. It's really terrific.
It speaks.
It's high quality cricket.
Yeah, it speaks well for the future for Irish cricket, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
When your club systems are well and truly competitive, you can only have bigger depth in your cricket, and make sure that there are more players that's fighting for higher honours. So it's good to hear. I think it's a very good move from the captain to bring Keneally back. We all know, we've seen in the past that Lucy O'Reilly bowls most of the overs at the back end of the over, or the innings. She's made the breakthrough, actually a double breakthrough alongside Isabel Joyce, and they've now left her enough overs for the back end of the batting innings of South Africa.
It's a good shot, that. Got on top of it very quickly. Short delivery from Keneally.
It's as if you'd rather want to err fuller than shorter on these wickets. Short pitch deliveries, unless it's a really good short pitch ball, you stand the chance of going for boundaries, because the ball is not really rushing the batter at the moment. And there we see it yet again. It's not short enough, nor is it full enough. It's just really half tracker, isn't it?
And it's been a release of the valve, this, just when Ireland were turning the screw ever so slightly. South Africa now going after Keneally. 2 half trackers, both dispatched for 4, fuller length.
I'd rather see her on the fuller side rather than shorter. We've seen it throughout the series that the short pitch deliveries are put away very easily.
Nicely tucked. Looking for a second, but it's not there.
Very good fielding by the lady on the square leg boundary. She was way in front of square leg, and she had to cover quite a bit of ground to get that ball back and to stop the ladies from South Africa to take 2 runs there.
Yeah,
good awareness.
Absolutely. Any idea when your next commentary spell will be when you get back to South Africa?
Look, we're pretty close to our domestic season starting. I know when I get back, the New Zealand-South African series is happening. So I'll wait and see which one of the 2 we're working on first. If I'm not mistaken, the Irish men are playing a one-day game in South Africa very soon as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a real busy summer for the Irishmen. We've just finished 2 series, one against Sri Lanka, the other against Afghanistan. Sri Lanka was a 2-match series, Afghanistan a 5-match series. The Sri Lankan series, or should I say the Afghanistan series in particular, which was played up in Stormont, up in Belfast, was a wonderful series, really good quality cricket. And talking of good quality cricket,
that is a very good cricket shot. Piercing those 2 extra cover fielders to make sure that you get the boundary is a very good shot.
It certainly was. Yeah, just getting back to the senior men's side. So we play Pakistan on the 18th and 20th of this month. So that's only just around the corner. We look forward to that. And then we have an I Cup game, which is a 4-day game. And there's a huge amount at stake in that Intercontinental Cup. There's a potential prize of joining the ranks of those who play Test cricket, so the prize is quite simply enormous.
Yeah, we spoke about that at Marion the other day as well, where we said the ICC has done really well in making sure that the associates get more cricket in and get the opportunity to play at the highest level and to play Test cricket at the highest level. A lot of the associates have played 2020 cricket as well as one-day cricket, but to play test match cricket is simply the main aim, in my opinion.
It certainly is. And just taking our second drinks break here, and while we do, I want to say hello to Raneshan and to Beth Moodley, joining us from Port Elizabeth this afternoon. Good afternoon to you both and to your new addition. Hope the Moodley family are doing well. Great fans of all things Irish cricket. And I know Raneshan is glued in this afternoon, and he's just been contracted to the Warriors for some pre-season skills training and conditioning, so we wish him well with that. My guest this afternoon, Cliffy Deacon. It's been terrific having Cliffy here. We've had great fun, and we've had a little bit of Africana in the box, which has been fantastic. Going to get you to give us more of that before you disappear. Don't think you're getting away that lightly, my friend. Yeah. It's been fun all round. Great series this. Ireland against South Africa. We're in YMCA Cricket Club for a ODI game. It's the second of 4. South Africa, who got off to a good start this morning, clawed back by some really good Irish bowling, and South Africa are now 165 for 4. 35 overs gone. Your thoughts, Cliffy, thus far?
Now, like we've said a couple of times now, is the fact that South Africa made a great start, but yet again, something that we've been trying to eliminate is the fact that we lose wickets in clusters. Except for that, I think South Africa's done really well in getting to 165 after 35. If we think back to what happened at Merion, South Africa was able to score nearly 150 runs in the last 15 overs, so Ireland would be wary of that, and South Africa would like to repeat that. So I think we've got an intriguing amount of cricket left in this last hour of this innings.
Yeah, that's a smart synopsis. Ireland will be acutely aware of the ability that this South African side have to hit the accelerator. They did so well last Friday in Merion. And one of the girls who played a big part in that is out there now, Sunay Lease. She is on 10. Former South African captain is on 62. We're about to resume play. Looks as though it's Ciara Metcalfe, Cliffy, to come back into the attack.
She's been one of the more economic bowlers for the Irish ladies. Picked up the first wicket of Laura Wolfhard. She just changed the angle of attack to her a little bit and worked well for her. Always been a lady that bowls really well wicket to wicket and restricts the batters really well.
Just readjusting her field. Tossing the ball. In comes Metcalfe. Good bit of fielding that.
Very good fielding. Had to run quite far to her right. Had to dive. Even though stopped a certain boundary.
got to say, Cliffy, the running between the wickets from the South Africans has been really impressive today. Big appeal, and that is the 5th wicket to fall this morning. Metcalf back into the attack and strikes almost immediately.
How often we've seen where drinks breaks take wickets. Just before, just after drinks break, people have to resettle themselves, refocus themselves. And Sunay Lee's not able to keep that ball from Metcalf out. We said she bowls really well wicket to wicket. And there's proof of it.
I'm looking forward to this, Cliffy, I have to say. I was so impressed with Chloe last Friday. She just batted beautifully. Hits the ball so hard.
I think it's one of the ladies that hit the ball the hardest I've seen in international cricket. And coming so close to 100 at Marion the other day, she would like to have the opportunity, I think, to repeat what she did. Maybe go a little further and do get that 100.
And off the mark immediately. Confident stroke, just pushing it out square of the wicket. Always good to get off the mark immediately. She does with the first ball that she receives. Metcalf continuing her spell. Coming around the wicket.
Yeah, if you look at her field positioning, field placement, I don't think she's going to try and tuck them up too much. With only that one fielder out on the leg side, got 2 points backward of square, and then the sweeper out. So you're going to try and restrict them to singles as much as you possibly can.
Cliffy, I think Ireland will be acutely aware of the importance of this partnership.
Yeah, it's extremely dangerous partnership that can develop here. Both of them run well between the wickets. Both of them can hit boundaries, especially Chloe Tryon. And Mignon de Prieur, being one of the more experienced players we have in this side, will make sure that Chloe Tryon gets herself in, and then she'll just try and feed her the strike as much as she possibly can.
Isabel Joyce now coming from the Wes Earl end. The vastly experienced Isabel Joyce. Just recently stepped down as the Irish captain.
Would the Irish ladies be partaking in the qualifiers in Sri Lanka next year for the World Cup?
Yes, they are, is the answer. Yeah. I suppose this series in particular is the start of...
Yeah, there's quite a bit of cricket coming for both the Irish as well as the South African
I suppose
side.
it's the start of the build-up towards the 2017 World Cup, and certainly from an Irish perspective, that's why there's been such excitement and anticipation about this series.
Yeah, I know South Africa are playing in incoming series against the New Zealanders, and then the next month they leave for Australia for series against the Australians.
And am I right in saying, are you Bangladesh bound fairly shortly as well?
Fairly shortly in the new year, we got Bangladesh. Depending on where we end in the standings, so the ICC rankings, we'll see what happens, whether we have to play the qualifiers. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ireland are coming to South Africa before the World Cup. But that, it's 50-50, I think, whether they're coming there or not before the World Cup, which is in the UK, if I'm not wrong.
You're correct. It is in the UK. Promises to be a feast of terrific cricket. The
Yes.
ODI Ladies World Cup 2017.
That's just before the men's play the Champions Trophy.
Correct. 173 for 5. Just about to commence the 38th over. Soft delivery, that.
Very uncharacteristic from Metcalf.
Just dragged
Drag
it
that
down.
one down.
Yeah. Never nice to go for a 4 off your first delivery. You're sort of on the back foot for the remaining 5.
You're trying to catch up the whole over.
Yes. Nicely played. It's just a single. Gathered smartly and returned to Waldron. Metcalf just readjusting her field here. Cow corner just being covered now. It's an anonymous start, this. Ball coming flush off the middle of the bat so far.
It's amazing how one innings can just automatically help you with hitting the ball in the middle from ball one.
Absolutely. An innings of real quality. Chloe Tryon. Good comeback over from Ciara Metcalf. Her first delivery went for 4, and my guest Cliffy Deacon so correctly says you're sort of playing a bit of catch-up cricket after that, but she did very well.
It just speaks of experience, doesn't it? Knows what to do to get out of an over. Something that you need to know, especially in limited overs cricket. As a bowler, you need to know where your one ball is. By that I mean where you're going to only restrict the batter to get 1 run, and to make sure that you stem the flow.
Got away with that. Loose delivery. Tryon, all too aware, slaps her pads with her bat. Chewed up just a couple of dot balls, Cliffy, she has.
Yeah, but you can see the experience yet again from Joyce. She knows exactly where she needs to bowl so that those two fielders in that extra cover region can be utilised. And you've seen a lot of them shake their hands because they fielded quite a bit of balls today in that area.
Minon Dupree on strike. She's on 74. Remains on 74. Good over.
Very good over,
Yeah.
and one thing she's done well is she got through over very quickly as well. As a batter, you don't like that. You look up and all of a sudden you see there's only 1 or 2 deliveries left in the over. Makes you feel rushed, might make you make a rash decision, and it's just helped the Irish ladies.
$180 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Good battle this. I'm enjoying this. Metcalf to try on. Good start, 2 dots. Just building the pressure. Ooh.
You could see that coming a mile away.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have to say I'm enjoying this.
You can just feel it build up.
Good shot. Nicely played. Looking for a single. Good running, taking a single.
Now, Mignon Dupree had to come back to the danger area, or the danger end of the 2, and pulled Chloe Tryon through for 2 there.
We were just talking about this little battle, and I'm reminded of Donald and Atherton. Who will ever forget that?
I tried to watch I think it was the West Indies tour game a couple of days ago, and it was raining, and they actually showed that battle between the 2 of them.
Got to be one of the all-time
No, you
great
have to.
battles. I mean, it was just fantastic.
I mean, that whole series, that 90s series that England played in South Africa, Atherton, Russell made that stand at the Wanderers to bat the whole of the last day of that test match. Boucher dropping the after Atherton wasn't given out. Amazing cricket. Not long after that, Devon Malcolm took South Africa apart with that 9-wicket haul in an innings.
I remember that particularly well, and I also think of battles between the 2 great all-rounders, Callis and Flintoff. Boy, they dish up some great cricket down the years. We only had this discussion the other day talking about the great all-rounders. It's a good shot down the ground, should just be 1. Yeah, we were talking about the great all-rounders, and I think the greatest of them all, Callis.
You can go and look at stats and all these sort of things, and yes, his stats are very much up there with the rest of the world. It's just the calmness he brought to the batting lineup. He held that top order together. I mean, he had great names batting around him and with him, and he batted with some of them while he started out. But it's just phenomenal what he brought to the game. Not just his batting and his bowling, the way he was able to catch in the slips. He's a phenomenal cricketer.
And a cricketer who gave so much pleasure to so many down the years, the great Jack Callis. South Africa here in YMCA Cricket Club in Dublin this afternoon. They won the toss. They elected to bat. Nice shot. Lovely cricket shot. 188 for 5 in the 41st over.
South Africa probably aiming for about 250.
You would have thought so.
I would think that that would be minimum for them.
Yeah. Cliffy, I'm going to relieve you of your commentary duties, but I hope we'll nab you at some stage later on today, and I want to thank you very much as always. It's been fantastic, but before you go, thank you for having me in the commentary box, Heatley, in Afrikaner, please.
Okay, here we go. Baie dankie dat ek saam met jou kon kommentaar doen, Heatley.
Oh, yes!
I'll see you guys sometime again.
Looking forward to it. Cliffy Deacon with me this afternoon. And thank you very much to him. Lovely to have Cliffy with us. A huge knowledge of the game, particularly of all things South African cricket. Metcalf continuing from the Claremont Road end. It's just a single. Dabbed out really into the covers.
There's a shot.
Oh, there is a shot. Janice Walsh, welcome back.
Thanks, Heatley. I've been watching, obviously, I've been very impressed with Mignon de Pries, because she, in the last couple of games, she didn't get any runs, and I've just been watching her play herself back into form, and it's been quite impressive. She's vastly experienced, she's just been knocking the ball around. And she's played herself back into a sizable innings now, 78 not out.
She is 78 not out. Her partner at the wicket, Chloe Tryon, just briskly moved on to 14, Janice. Rather ominous sign from an Irish perspective.
Yes. Chloe is 22 years of age. She made her debut in the T20 World Cup for South Africa in the West Indies at 15. So even though she's very young, she's very experienced as well.
A prodigious talent.
She plays all three formats of the game.
Yep. Great cricketer she is. Here's an opportunity. No, it's just the one. Excellent bit of work there from Claire Shillington. Running round smartly to her right to cut off the boundary. 197 for 5. 42 overs gone.
There's a huge sense of anticipation that Chloe is going to tee off at any moment, isn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, she did that with such grace and style in the first of the ODI games that Ireland will be acutely aware of just how important it is to break this partnership.
I see we've Laura Delaney is bringing Kim Garth back into the attack. And she's also making several changes in the field now because of that bowling change. We do have a deep mid-on, deep mid-off for Chloe Tryon, because she's very fond of that straight drive, that straight lofted shot.
quality shot.
Nicely struck. She hit the ball very hard there. It raced away to the boundary.
Garth just trying to dig one in a little. It's just too short. Can't bowl there to try on. Going down the ground. It's just the single.
I think Ireland will be looking to keep South Africa to below 250, if they can. Nicely cut. Laura Delaney there tried to stop it, but it was just going too quickly. It was nicely cut to backward point for 4. Mignon du Preez stands very still at the crease when the bowler's running up, and she only moves her foot once the ball is delivered.
I think Ireland will do exceptionally well to restrict South Africa to 250 if this partnership isn't broken. 206 now, 206 for 5. We're in the 43rd over. Tryon moved rapidly on to 20. Mignon. It's a good shot. Beautiful shot. Driven through the covers with...
Again, a sort of despairing dive by Gabby Lewis in the covers. The ball went sort of under her body, really. Their running between the wickets has been very impressive, Heatley. If they're not striking the ball for 2s, 3s, 4s, they are definitely looking for the single, and that's probably a feature of Ireland's batting that was lacking on Friday.
It certainly has been of the highest quality. You're dead right, Janice. Change of bowling now. Coming back into the attack, Lucy O'Reilly.
Lucy bowled well in her first spell. I thought she sort of put the ball up there and made the batsman work.
I thought more so in her second spell, Janice.
Oh yes, sorry, I meant her second spell. Yes, she put the ball right up there and made the batsman work for their runs.
She certainly did that, and she got a vital breakthrough as well. She'll be looking to continue that form. It's got considerably darker here this afternoon. The wind has picked up. It's not what you would call a summer afternoon. Little parky now. And in comes O'Reilly.
That's Catherine Dalton out there running the line, and
Brilliant
excellent fielding.
Brilliant fielding by Dalton.
And a big arm. Nice big throw in one bounce to Mary Waldron.
Throwing into a very strong breeze. Well done, Kath Dalton. Well done to Clontarf Cricket Club, and happy 140th birthday to you. One of the great clubs in Irish cricket. I just love my visits to Castle Avenue, and today they celebrate 140 years. No doubt the celebrations will go on long and hard. So many great cricketers coming out of that great club down the years.
I grew up watching my cricket in Clontarf.
Yeah, terrific club.
And great lady cricketers, Clontarf.
Absolutely.
Mary Hackett, Lillian Stella Owens, Anne Murray, Tracy Scoyles. They were the backbone of the Irish ladies team all through the 80s, 90s. Fantastic cricketers.
Fantastic club. Clontarf men's team, top of the Division 1 league in Leinster cricket. Another very good win yesterday. Couple of excellent knocks, I believe, by the opening batters. Charlie and Bill both tunning up. Well done to you, lads. And as I say, I hope you've got 140 candles. Blow each and every one of them out, one by one. Happy birthday, Clontarf. 214 for 5. We're in the 44th over. Lucy O'Reilly looking to stem the flow of runs here.
A wild flash of the bat there, and it went past the fielder who's inside the circle. I sort of sense that the Irish field, the Irish captain has sort of set a field saying to Chloe, try and just, you're going to hit it, so hit it. I'd be inclined maybe to try and put her under pressure.
Oh, beautiful cricket
shot.
That is.
Good effort by Claire Shillington there.
It was a wonder. I think the shot of the day, if the truth be known, it was just a glorious cricket shot.
Straight bat, straight followed through. The bat followed the ball all the way through the shot. Beautiful. I do think we need to put her under pressure. We know that she's going to tee off. We know that she's going to hit the ball hard. Maybe put in a couple of in-close fielders just to sort of distract her eye a little. But the game's very easy from here.
It certainly is. Oh, we're on a Nelson. I think of the great Brian Johnson. What a wonderful commentator he was.
Umpire Shepherd.
Absolutely. Both those men gave such pleasure to so many.
You're standing on one leg, Keatley.
Certainly am, Janice. Well, seated, but I've got my right foot on the ground, my left foot ballerina-like, pointing the toe towards the wicket, and in comes Kim Garth. Nicely played. Good single. Good cricket all round.
Minon Dupree has now moved on to 92, the nervous 90s. She seems to be getting a little frustrated, Chloe Tran. It was a nice little divert down to third man, and she seemed disappointed with that shot.
She may be, but she's accumulated 28 runs, 28 quick runs. Looking to add to it. Well bowled, Garth. Very well bowled.
She seemed to zip that through faster.
She did, absolutely, yeah. And again, quality bit of work on the part of Mary Waldron, standing up. She's such a good wicketkeeper, Mary Waldron. Nicely played. Try on just tucking it around the corner for a single, bringing Dupre back on strike. Good cricket shot.
Yeah, the movement of her bat is very quick. It's sort of punchy. She punches the ball.
Yeah. With real authority.
I think Kim Garth is doing a terrific job here. I think South Africa would like to be scoring runs at a much faster rate, but Kim is keeping them tied.
Should just be the one.
That's good. It was a good over.
An excellent over. Excellent over by Kim Garth. Really vital stage of this second ODI. South Africa moving on to 226 for 5.
What's for lunch, Heatley?
Plenty. Feeling slightly peckish, Janice.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. We've been treated royally right throughout this series. Had some lovely curries and a beef bourguignon dish the other day, which was just delicious.
The YM is known for its curry, isn't it?
Oh yes, we like our curry.
Spicy.
Yeah, spicy. The hotter the better, some would say. And talking of YM, here is a young YMer, a really talented young YMer, Lucy O'Reilly. In she comes to good delivery. Try on looking to work it through the offside, but not doing so successfully. Good delivery from O'Reilly.
It's very good. I thought Lucy bowled in the T20, the second T20, the one that Ireland won. I thought she bowled extremely well at the death, and that's a tough job.
It sure is. Well bowled again. Exceptionally well bowled.
Yeah, she's a cool customer, Lucy.
She certainly is that. Seems to be unflappable. Calm in all she does. It's a great trait to possess as a cricketer, calmness, whether at the wicket or when bowling. And in she comes. Again, it's just a single. 2 off 3. Good over this.
Super work. Super work.
And yourself, Janice? What will you be dining on over lunch? Anything in particular?
I think a tiny lettuce leaf.
Oh.
Just a tiny lettuce leaf and some celery, you know.
It's a good shot. Again, though, it's just a single. Really good over this.
The body is a temple.
Oh, you don't need to tell me, honey. Well aware. Known you a long time now. The old leaf of iceberg lettuce. You can't beat it. O'Reilly. Here's a chance.
Good. She picked the right end to throw to.
Dead right.
Yeah.
Dead right. Good work on the part of skipper Delaney. Really good over this from O'Reilly. Just 4 singles off it thus far. She'll be anxious to finish well. In she comes. Oh!
A Chinese cut, as you'd say yourself.
Yes, absolutely. Unlucky, very unlucky, very well bowled.
Yeah.
And she gets Couple of high fives from the girls who know what a good over that was. A little unlucky. The dreaded Chinese cut.
She was very unlucky there at the end. That ball could have gone anywhere really off the bat. Lovely shot there from Dupree, and she moves on to 96.
It's been a splendid innings.
It surely has.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Batted beautifully. Try on 35. Garth strides to the wicket.
Ooh.
And there's a colossal shot.
That's a big 6.
That is an enormous 6. That is an enormous.
Straight down to cow corner, hit the wall, high up on the wall. That's a big shot.
Garth to try on. Chance here. Real chance here.
No.
Chance not taken. .242 for 5.
It's her favourite shot.
Oh, she's
played the ball a lot through there.
She's played it beautifully all day. Ireland.
Watch out, everyone on the boundary.
Yeah, Ireland desperately keen to break this partnership.
Very quick running.
Yeah.
Dupree was very quick. She was very quick to the turn there.
Well bowled.
Slower ball.
Very well bowled.
Kim won't like being hit for that big 6.
No, I don't know many bowlers who do.
No.
But then Kim hasn't bowled at many finer bats than Chloe Tryon. She has just been fantastic, Janice.
Absolutely. Super to watch. She's moved very quickly on to 45.
Interesting start from the Huss. The last 5 overs have gone for 48. Should just be the one.
You'd expect a quality batting side like this to increase the run rate significantly for the last 10, the last 15 overs.
They no doubt will be looking to replicate their score of Friday, Janice.
Yeah.
Dupree on strike. Well bowled, very well bowled. And that could be Will it be her third? And yes, it will. She turns for 3. A wonderful century.
Fantastic innings by Mignon Dupree. She played herself back into form and has got a richly deserved 100 here.
She receives a tremendous round of applause from her colleagues, and so well deserved.
Well, she did give up the captaincy, Heatley, to focus on her own game, and obviously that's worked.
Absolutely. 100 not out in a score of 250. Wonderful strike rate too. Her 100 runs coming off a mere 88 deliveries. Well done, Mignon Dupree.
That's a magnificent strike rate
No,
in ODI
terrific.
cricket. They're now putting the fielders under pressure. That's 50. That's 50.
Chloe accepting the warm applause as well. She brings up her 50. It's been a wonderful series thus far for Chloe Tryon. 92 last Friday, 50 not out today. What else has she got in store for us?
These two bats are now putting the Irish fielders under pressure. They're taking ones, quick ones. They're turning ones into twos. Their running between the wickets is very good.
Yeah, it's been enormously impressive. And so, 2 overs remaining. 255 for 5. Brilliant partnership, this. We always knew it was going to be a dangerous partnership.
Oh, she turned it down. She turned down the second one. A nice single there. Just the ball just killed, and they ran a quick single.
An opportunity here.
Hold.
Oh, it's a brilliant catch. A superb catch. The degree of difficulty in taking that over your shoulder and making it look so easy. Well done, Kim Garth.
Terrifically athletic.
No, she's
it's very
just
difficult to watch the ball when it's coming back over your shoulder like that. again, is a contracted player with South African cricket. There are 9 contracted players on this South African touring side. Oh, she pulled up, I think, did she? It's Claire Shillington out there.
She seems okay, Janice.
Yeah.
Slower ball, clever piece of bowling. Fine bowling from Garth. Bowling up the hill.
I'm just looking at some of the South African players in their little tent area. They look frozen.
Not surprised. Frozen myself.
I've never seen a touring side come over with fleece jackets as their uniform.
Rather parky myself. I normally am a man who tends to wear the vest. Didn't put it on this morning. Regretting that now.
Thank God.
No, I'm a vest man. .262 for 6. Just the 1 over remaining. Really fine innings this by the South African ladies. They won the toss earlier on this morning. They elected to bat and have done so with great poise and grace. Terrific batting.
Yes, and they have a confidence about their batting. They know that if one person isn't in form, the person coming behind is going to get a big score.
O'Reilly to bowl the final over. Should just be a single. Oh
Dear. Big swing of the bat, hits the ball over mid-on.
It may not go. I think Joyce will cut it off, which she does.
Ooh, they thought about taking one on the throw.
Good work by Isabel Joyce there. Oh. Dead ball, signalled by umpire Neil.
She's right. Lucy obviously wasn't happy with her run-up. And she's right. Just pull up and stop.
.266 for 6. All the sixes. Clickety click. No, losing a run-up. Dead ball signalled again.
Isabel giving her, just saying to Lucy, take your time, and she's right. Take your time, take a breath, remeasure. Oh. I think Mignon is making a little point there. If you can do it, so can I.
A little bit of gamesmanship, perhaps.
Yes, I'm not sure that Lucy's was gamesmanship. I think she genuinely had an issue with her.
Oh, absolutely, I think.
But Mignon is just making the point there.
Yeah.
Shot. Yeah, that's gone for 4.
Beautiful shot. Just stepping back and giving herself room and just driving it through the covers for 4. Quality cricket. Quality cricketer.
Again, even at the end of the innings when she's on 114, she stands very still, very still.
It's a well taken 2.
Yeah, she made the decision there that she was going to pull the ball to the leg side no matter what sort of a ball it was, and you could see her step across to outside the off stump.
Fantastic knock this by the former South African captain. It's been wonderful cricket. Terrific to watch. Sensible cricket by Lucy O'Reilly, and that brings the innings to a close. South Africa 272 for 6. And I'm going to thank Janice Walsh. Thank you, Janice.
My pleasure.
Enjoy your lunch, whatever you may dine on. I sincerely hope it's more than the iceberg lettuce.
It will be.
It's been a great pleasure, and we'll speak to you later during the game. And so South Africa conclude their innings at 272 runs for the loss of 6 wickets, and it's going to be a wonderful round of applause here. Just before the lunch break, we're going to run through the South African card. Wonderful innings there from the former South African captain. Hugs all round. Just going to run through the scorecard, and I'm delighted to be joined in the box by the Huss. He's been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Good afternoon to you, Huss.
And to you too, Heatley. Disappointing finish there for the Irish with such a good knock from Mignon.
Yeah, she batted beautifully. So, Huss, will you run through the scorecard with me, please?
Of course. Laura Wolfhard, 35 off 49 deliveries. Bowled Metcalf, caught Isabel Joyce mid wicket. Second batsman Shetty, 49 off 89 balls. Mignon Dupuy, 116 off 97 not out. Andrea Stein bowled first ball by Lucy O'Reilly. Denise Devnarine bowled her first ball by Lucy O'Reilly. By Isabel Joyce. Sonny Luce, 10 runs off 18 deliveries, LBW Metcalf. Chloe Tryon, 53 off 45 after a brilliant cotton ball by Kim Garth. And Masabata Class, not out. Extras total to 9, and the total score was 272 for 6 off 50 overs.
Well done. You read that card beautifully, Huss. Perhaps you'd give us the bowling figures if that's possible now.
Amy Keneally opened the bowling, 6 overs, none for 33. Lucy O'Reilly obviously opened the bowling, 2 for 66 off her 10. Kim Garth, 1 for 49 off her 10. Kira Metcalf, 2 for 40 off her 10. Gabby Lewis, 4 overs, none for 32. And Isabel Joyce, 10 overs, 1 for 51.
Absolutely wonderful, Huss. You've gone through that scorecard like a pro. I think we've got to get you in here this afternoon.
Yeah, we have to. I've had enough of listening to you, Heatley.
Good man, Huss. He's been fantastic. Sean Hussey, the legendary Sean Hussey from the Merrion Cricket Club. And as he's just said there, having run through the scorecard, he has informed us that South Africa have closed on 272 for the loss of 6 wickets. We look forward to bringing you cricket following the luncheon break. Ready. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back. You're most welcome back to YMCA Cricket Club. Delighted to be bringing you the live stream of this, the second of 4 ODIs between Ireland and South Africa. Earlier on today, South Africa won the toss and elected to bat, and having done so, amassed a total of 272 runs. Play just about to get underway here again. Opening the batting for Ireland will be Cecilia Joyce and Gabby Lewis. And to open the bowling for South Africa from the Claremont Road end will be Odine Kirsten. Play just about to resume. Umpire Alan Neal just inspecting the stumps and the bails. All seems to be okay. Gives the scorers a wave. Our scorers this afternoon, Helen Caird and Andrew Mooney. Umpire Neal says play, and Kirsten, in she comes to open the innings. She does so with a wide delivery. Left through to the keeper. Hello and good afternoon. Richard Holdsworth, Performance Director, Cricket Ireland. Afternoon, Richard.
Afternoon, Heatley.
How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Very good.
Good. Trust you had a nice Sunday morning, I hope.
I did. I actually played tennis this morning, early doors.
You a serve and volley man?
Yeah, I am. Just nicely, finely guided down towards third man, and they're coming back for 3. Very good running indeed, that. So, off the mark there. Gabby Lewis with a 3 down to third man. Yeah, so I had an early tennis match, probably in hindsight a little bit too early this morning. But
Doubles or singles?
Doubles. At my age.
Mixed or men's?
It was mixed. And I have to say, the wind you've had here all day was just as bad. So any lofted balls were considerably challenging with the wind.
I would have thought so.
And South Africa there, Odine Kirsten has just put that second slip a touch wider there. Looking for that guided ball. They're quite well apart, those 2 slips. It's almost a gully. It's almost a gully position. But quite a fine gully.
First slip coming out.
First slip coming out into a catching position at extra cover there. So a much wider gap now between the keeper and gully. And interestingly, the same result. A wideish ball there, and nicely guided through. Well, I suppose it was sort of third, fourth slip area.
Yeah.
And so Cecilia Joyce off the mark with a 2, and quite a nice start for Ireland. And again, a little bit straight of that ball, just guided down through the slip cordon. Only a single. There's a slight fumble there. They probably could have got 2 there. They needed to have... Cecilia Joyce ran it fairly hard, but wasn't so quick. Looking for the second.
Yeah, I think that's Masabata class. She's been busy.
She has, and that catch has come back in now to almost sort of second slip region. And just left that one just outside off stump.
Just thinking to myself there, Richard, you know, at 15 years of age and to open the batting for your country takes a little bit of nerve, doesn't it?
Oh, aye, absolutely. Certainly does. And no, she's looking more confident every game. And again, just lets that one go outside off stump. So 7 from the first over. Ireland will be pleased with that. Bit of confidence behind them. They know they're going to have to keep up with the rate as much as they can, and wickets in hand are going to be key today. So a really solid start is what Ireland's looking for. Yeah, no, Gabby Lewis is looking. She had a tough time with the ball there. I think it was a little bit of inconsistency there, and Mignon Dupree played exceptionally well, I thought, today. Really,
beautifully.
I've seen her play innings like that before. She played extremely well in the World T20 in Bangladesh back in 2012, and we've seen her a fair bit over the last few years, but a very, very capable player. Gave up the captaincy after the World T20 in India in March to concentrate on her game a little bit more, and it certainly showed today. Beautiful innings.
Start of over number 2.
Just played off the hip there, and they're going to get a single just to backward square. I think she fielded 4 balls in that last over. So she's going to be puffing a little bit coming in for her first over. Not really what you want when you're down at third man, when you're just about to open the bowling.
No, not quite ideal preparation, but a very fine bowler nonetheless. Masabata class. Lewis on strike. Ireland 8 without loss.
Good straight ball on the back foot. Gabby Lewis right behind it, nicely in line. Just trying to make sure she gets herself in, gets her feet and her head moving well, and looks to build a really good innings today. Full of ball that one, and she pulled her forward. Don't think she was quite in line there, and a big flash and miss through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's a big occasion this for Gabby Lewis. She'll be so keen to perform well for Ireland. Class to Lewis. Nicely played. Should be 2 there. An easy 2.
Yeah, it's good running, just a little bit straight of that ball that probably swayed a tad down the leg side, and nicely played off her hip. So that'll give her a little bit of confidence there. So I thought Heatley, whilst 272 was a great score, 271. I thought actually South Africa were going to get about 290 at one stage. The way Dupree and Tryon were batting, I thought they'd be looking for perhaps 290, 280, but I thought we pulled it back quite well in the last few overs.
Again, one of the striking features of this series has been the quality of death bowling by Lucy O'Reilly, Richard, and she performed heroically, I thought, again today. Nice shot.
Lovely shot to extra cover.
And a good single.
Single.
Yeah, she took off immediately.
Yeah, no, Lucy's done very well there, and she had 3 full starts as well in that last over, which isn't really what you need. The first 2, I wasn't quite sure whether there was a little bit of a warning to the non-striker, or whether she just lost her run-up. But I know Tryon was backing up quite well, and then the third one, Dupree just pulled away. I think she had something in her eye or something, and as a bowler, bowling your last over, that's not what you need. But she
held her nerve terribly well.
Sucked it in and kept running and bowled very well.
She sure did. Good start this for Ireland. 11 without loss. 2 overs gone. Started the 3rd over. Nicely played. Just tickled round the corner. Good shot. Lewis moves on to 7. Joyce on 4. Ireland on 12. Runs required 261.
Kirsten just trying to find her line here. I think just like the Irish bowlers up front, just trying to get that line and bowl to that field. She's got a 6-3 field here. Just straight down the leg side. That first ball, big appeal there, but I think that looks as though it was just straight down the leg side as well.
I think so. Umpire Alan Neal unfazed by the appeal, and Kirsten back to her mark. She skips backwards, she goes forwards, in she comes.
And that's going to be given wide. I thought it was quite wide of off stump, but that's certainly wide and given wide by Alan Neal. So a couple of extras in those first 2 overs. And that one's wide of off stump and just guided that down to 3rd man, looking for 2. Good bit of fielding. And
excellent bit of fielding there by Class.
Yeah. And they just pick up the 1. Good crowd in here, Heatley again today.
Terrific.
Been really impressed, not only in this series with a game at YMCA last week, but the Australia T20s that were hosted here last year. We've had a really good crowd, and it's been lovely to see.
Yeah, and I'm particularly delighted to see so many young girls, Richard. It's great.
Absolutely.
Fantastic to see young girls out in force. And
we know the strength of the YMCA Cricket Club in terms of its girls and women's programme, and I'm sure most of them are from the club, but I've certainly seen a few who aren't. So with so many neighbouring clubs nearby here, I'm sure there are others in, but no, it's really great support.
And good to see the nets getting plenty of use there as well.
Indeed.
Children playing away as exactly as they should. Good shot from Lewis. No doubt you're looking forward to the Pakistan series.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's coming up the week after next, and obviously there's a cracking Test match going on at the moment. And whilst that side will be slightly different in the white ball format, there's some battle going on there. Just forward and driven by Gabby Lewis there for no run into extra cover, and that's the end of the 3rd over with the score on 14 for no wicket. Yeah, no, it's going to be a cracking couple of games. Obviously, they'll be warming up for their ODI series with England, which they play after that. But our guys have had quite a bit of cricket now this summer. They'll be confident, having come off the back of a series tie with Afghanistan, highly competitive series up in Belfast, and we'll be looking to be highly competitive again in these 2 fixtures. I just clipped off the pads there, leg side ball, and good bit of running. Cecilia Joyce running that first run quickly, the comeback easily for a second, and 2 leg byes to take the score to 16. And the big thing that both the men and the women have had over the last few years is the number of fixtures and to be able to play as many ODIs as we have this summer. Each game you learn, each game you hopefully get better. And that one's a great catch at first
superb
slip.
Catch.
Superb catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was Sunny Lease at first slip. Cecilia Joyce just trying to run that down to 3rd man, got a fine-ish nick on it. and a very good catch to her right from Sunny Lease. Superb catch, and she'll be very disappointed. Cecilia Joyce there, 16, and the first wicket goes in the 4th over. So Kath Dalton coming in at number 3 to replace Cecilia Joyce, who was caught by a very good catch to her right from Sunny Lease at first slip.
She rode the catch beautifully, I thought,
She
Richard.
did. Yeah, she did. Very good pair of hands there.
You were talking about good competitive cricket, and while on that subject, we talked a little bit about a game going on up in Waringstown Cricket Club today. The Warriors are playing the Knights, and the Warriors batting first, and they scored 270 runs. So the Knights are requiring 271 to win. Back to Claremont Road, Ireland 16 for 1. We're in the 4th over. The incoming batsman for Ireland, Kath Dalton. Big day for Kath. 57 on her back. No doubt she'd like that and many more runs if possible.
Just dug out a very good Yorker there on sort of middle and leg. And Class just looks as though she might have had a little bit of a niggle then in her follow through. She's just stretching her side there. Not sure whether it's the back or the leg or a bit of cramp.
It looks to me as if it might be a little bit of cramp, Richard. I'm not sure. Maybe all that running in over number 1.
Well, that's not what you want, ideally. Yeah, they're just stretching her hamstring there.
Well, thankfully she's up.
But then she looks to be concerned with her side as well. But as you say, it could be a bit of a cramp. So I think the physio is going to run on to give her some treatment. No, he's been sent back. So we'll see how this goes, but that would be a bit of a blow for South Africa if she was to be injured. But she's going to carry on. And then she comes to Kath Dalton. And that one drops down the leg side, and it's going to be a wide. And she's definitely not right there. She didn't follow through all the way there. It just looked to be hampered a little bit by something, but she's going to carry on. And our under-15s are playing down in Cork as well, Heatley today against Scotland.
Excellent.
Full toss and hit by Kath Dalton through to extra cover. They pick up a single.
And talking of a busy programme, we also wish the under-17s who've just made their way over to the UK. They're playing Worcestershire Academy, I think it is, this week, Richard.
They are indeed, yeah. They've got a series of one-day games and a T20 at the end. They're playing at 2 lovely club grounds in the Birmingham League and the Worcester League, Bromsgrove and Stourbridge. So that'll be great for them. Oh, and she's come back strong there. Gabby Lewis has been bowled.
Just looked to me like a quality Yorker, Richard.
Yeah.
Just a full-length delivery.
It was full and just played over the top. She was looking to hit it leg side, and that's a bit of a blow. So the second wicket falls with the score on 18, and Gabby Lewis is bowled by Class.
Yeah. It's
So
been
that's
it's been
not
a
the start.
no, it's not, and it's been a feature of this series is the manner in which 1 brings 2 and 2 brings 3. The sort of clusters of wickets falling, and as Richard Holdsworth, my guest this afternoon, says, certainly not the start that Ireland were looking for. However, the incoming batsman is the Irish skipper. Laura Delaney making her way out to the wicket. Really big series this for Laura Delaney, just recently been appointed captain of the senior side. Wonderful occasion for her. And perhaps a little sooner than she would have wished or indeed liked for. She finds herself out in the middle. Ireland now 18 for 2. So tell me a little bit about that under-15 series, Richard.
Yeah, so we've got a Celtic Cup competition now at under 19s, under 17s, under 15s in the boys, and under 17s with the girls, and they're playing a series of matches, different formats, depending on the age group and depending on where we feel they need some development. And we've had a partnership with Cricket Scotland over the winter to start this new series up. And that one just left outside off stump, the Laura Delaney's first ball, and so yeah, it's been really a really important development with ICC European competitions not happening other than an under-19 pathway event. So the 15s are playing a 2-day game today and Monday, and then they go into some 50-over games towards the end of the week with Scotland. Sorry, it was Kath Dalton, that last ball that she left there, and that one just played and missed.
Little bit of news about that series that you speak of. Scotland in their 50 overs scored 152 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Okay.
So well done to Ireland.
Yeah.
Very well done. No doubt they'll feel that that's a total they can surpass.
Just pushed out to point for no run. Yes, I would have thought they'll be keen. So that's been played at the lovely Mardyke ground.
Oh, beautiful.
Just the other side of the River Lee. And they're down there for the whole week. So, yeah, they'll be keen to get a good start down there.
Well, good luck to Jonty and all the boys down there. We wish them well.
Straighter ball that, and just defended. Good over this by Odine Kirsten. She's certainly found her line. It's bowling very, very straight. That one drifted a little bit down the leg side and just clipped off the pad for a leg bye to take the score to 19. So just lost a little bit of momentum here with those 2 wickets. Really key period now of rebuilding and creating a good partnership, these two. It's an interesting run-up, isn't it? It's almost like the sort of triple jump.
It is,
Run-up
absolutely,
with
yeah.
that back step first. I'm trying to think of one of the British triple jumpers who used to do that.
Was it Jonathan Edwards?
I think it was. And that looked to be nicked to the keeper.
I think it was.
Dropped.
Yeah, it was nicked to the keeper.
It looked wide, sort of between the keeper and first slip, but it's not been picked up, and she's got away with that. Kath Dalton. So, a bit of a let-off.
I think that was the Irish skipper, Richard.
Sorry, it was.
Yeah, it was her,
Yes, it
her
was.
first delivery, so
Yeah.
her heart will have been in her mouth for 1 split second.
It certainly will.
Mm.
Well, she's got away with it. So let's hope she goes on and scores a big score now.
I'm trying to think of that triple jumper who won gold in the London Olympics. I'll have it for you now in 1 minute. And I think he used to start in reverse before going forward.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of his name as well. We got a change of bowling. Chloe Tryon has come on in replace of Class, who, whilst taking that last wicket, certainly looked to have a little bit of an injury problem. So Chloe has come on, and the first ball there, they've scampered a single. You found out that long
Greg
jumper,
Rutherford.
Greg Rutherford, that's right, yeah. Just pulled away there. Laura Delaney, I'm not sure, something was up. So Chloe Tryon coming in for the second time. And that one was wide of off stump, and Laura Delaney just having a good look, letting it go through.
When you look at the women's series currently being played in the UK, Richard, Chloe Tryon will certainly have put her name up in a big way for...
Absolutely. I mean, there's 2 or 3 in this side who certainly would have been putting their name up, and that one was a little bit wider, and Laura Delaney steps across, but it's too wide, and the umpire signals are wide. Yeah, no, she certainly has. I'm sure there will be people in English cricket looking on, thinking she could be a phenomenal star in that competition in the years to come.
Absolutely. Chloe Tryon, here she comes from the Wes Ireland, bowling to the Irish skipper, Laura Delaney. Just tucks it round the corner, off her hip. It's just a single.
It's an initiative that we've been looking at here, Heatley, and we're hoping for next season to try and bring in some overseas players into the women's Super 3s, the Toyota Super 3s competition. And if the Kia Super League in England aren't keen to sign her, she'd be very welcome here, playing in that Toyota Super 3s competition.
Absolutely.
So that's a plan for the winter for us, to try and get that up and running, just to keep expanding that competition and increasing the standard. It would be great to have some overseas players from the likes of South Africa, India, Australia, New Zealand, those that don't quite make the England League.
It'd certainly be a very welcome addition to what is now a wonderful competition, with thanks to Toyota.
Straighter ball and just defended out to cover.
Yeah, the Super 3s has really been a terrific success, Richard.
It has, and it's early days still. It's in its second year, and it's certainly served a great purpose. It's allowed 3 coaches to get involved. It's allowed our selectors to have a look at players playing in a higher level than just the Leinster League, which is what they're all used to doing. And that ball wide of off stump just cut down to third man for a single. And 24 for 2 off 6 overs now. So yeah, we need to keep expanding and improving that, just as we do the Hanley Energy Interprovincials for the men. But we've now got 36 or so cricketers playing best v best. A lot of youngsters in there, but also all the senior players from the Ireland team playing in that competition. And it's just adding an extra standard, an extra spice to their cricket. What we now need to do is to keep increasing the standard and allowing that to be very much the pathway for young talent to make the national team. Just hit on the pad there, just straying a little bit down the leg side, and no run scored. So certainly with Toyota's support and hopefully with enough funding at Cricket Island next summer, we hope to introduce one or two new things to improve that competition and keep the standards high.
Good delivery.
Very good delivery indeed. So wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back. It was a
No.
good length ball and
Yeah.
just played and missed. So Kath Dalton finding it quite tough out there. And South Africa just attacking. So they've got 2 slips in and a gully, a ring around. And again, wide of off stump and a bit of a flash off the back foot there. Just played and missed again. Good, very good spell by Odine Kirsten this. She's keeping it tight at one end. And that one just seemed to take a little inside edge and sneak down to deep square leg for a single there. So Dalton moves on to 4, and Laura Delaney now to take the last ball.
Lovely to see not just all the benches here in Claremont Road full, but our bottom wall full there. Lots of people sunning themselves. Laura Delaney, such a big series for her now. Just resumed captaincy of the Irish side. She will be so keen to get runs here today. She'll be keen to stamp her authority in some way or shape on this game. Odine Kirsten, right arm over. Delaney just watching it through to the keeper. And so that concludes the 7th over. Ireland 24 for 2.
Yep, Odine Kirsten there just she's wicketless, but 4 overs for 10, tight, bowled a much better line the last couple of overs, and just keeping it tight at one end just allows the other end to attack, and certainly South Africa will feel as though they're on top at the moment. So Chloe Tryon to continue. And that's a wide ball struck firmly by Kath Dalton out to point, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed she didn't
She would.
take advantage of
another
that.
yard either side, and I think that would have been 4 runs. Struck it very well. A bit of a shake of the hand of Minya Dupree at point there. She certainly hit that well, but no run. Good bit of fielding. And that one just off the pad on the leg side, but quickly in from mid-wicket and no run scored. Really quite warm, Heatley, when that
lovely.
wind drops.
Absolutely lovely now.
Another beautiful day. We've been very lucky in this series where we've got all the games in so far, and hope that continues through the rest of the series. That one a little bit wide, and she's just come forward and guided that one down to third man. Kath Dalton just gets a single. Good throw coming in from the third man boundary, and the score moves on to 25.
You talk about the rest of the series, just to inform our viewers. These two sides will meet again next week. We're in Malahide Cricket Club on Tuesday, and then we move slightly further north side out to the Hills Cricket Club, out near Skerries. 2 beautiful grounds, and fingers crossed we get 2 cracking games of cricket. So if you can't make your way to either of those grounds, remember we're bringing you this entire series.
Keepers come up now, just cutting down those options for the Irish batters, and another ball just outside off stump there. Laura Delaney letting it go. I went and saw the Hills' new second ground the other day. Heatley.
Oh yeah, I've been to it.
Have
Yeah,
you? Yeah, marvellous, isn't
what a
it?
wonderful facility.
Yeah, it was
Incredible.
A potato field, I think,
Yes.
back a year or two, and
Yeah.
they've done a tremendous job
Yeah.
there.
And got a
Oh, and that is bowled. Laura Delaney, that ball, look as though it may have moved a little bit, but she was playing it as if it was a leg side ball.
yeah, I think she might have just played down the wrong line, Richard.
It's clipped the off stump. As you'll see, the bail to the leg stump is still on, and that is the 3rd wicket, and an extremely good bit of bowling there by Chloe Tryon, who's having a tremendous series, both in the T20s and now the ODIs, and Laura Delaney will be very disappointed with that. So 3 wickets down.
And the incoming batsman for Ireland, Isabel Joyce, coming in at what is a really crucial stage for Ireland, 25 for 3. We're in the 8th over. So important that Ireland build a partnership now. Kath Dalton and Isabel Joyce. Yeah, getting back to that second ground, it's a wonderful addition to cricket out in North County Dublin.
Yeah, and they have so much youth cricket going on there, and obviously got a ladies' team as well. There's so much going on, as you well know here, Heatley at Claremont Road. It's difficult fitting everything in. So to have their youth teams playing out there on their second ground is obviously a huge bonus. Straight ball and just defended back.
Yeah. That second pitch, a wonderful piece of initiative on the part of the Clintons and
Yeah,
the Hills,
that's right.
and well done to them. It's just terrific.
Lovely little pavilion they've built, and
Stunning.
and a net
A net
behind.
and
It's a bit of an issue with a sight screen.
yeah, I
At
see.
the far end. I'm
I
not quite
see.
sure what it is.
Oh,
A bit of movement from something. So there's been a bit of a hold up, but we're back ready again. And another good ball outside off stump from Odin Kirsten, and just left again. So some good bowling here. Good start by South Africa. Quite disciplined, very much on the attack. Quite buzzing, quite noisy out there, but with 270 odd on the board, you will be. They've got a fair bit of cricket coming up, South Africa, by the sounds of it, Heatley.
I couldn't get over it, Richard. I spoken with a number of the South African management over the last couple of games, and yeah, the next sort of 9 months, I suppose, in the build-up to the 2017 World Cup. But they have a very full programme.
It's the bonus of being in the ICC Women's Championship, where the top 8 sides compete against each other in ODI cricket, and they play T20 cricket as well. And that ball straight and just kept down, and no run. Something which the Irish women are very much aspiring to. We've we've been asking the ICC Women's Committee and pushing them to keep expanding the women's game. They've done a tremendous job so far, but we would hope that in time that ICC Women's League would increase to 10 teams and maybe give the likes of Bangladesh and Ireland a chance to play in that.
Big
Shot
appeal.
on the pad, big appeal. They've all gone
No,
out.
I think you may have hit it onto our pads there, Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a stream of texts coming through to us here. So many people enjoying the live stream. One of those people, good afternoon to my old friend Jeremy Bray. Afternoon, JB. Delighted you're with us and delighted you're enjoying the cricket.
Is he in Ireland watching, or is he in Denmark watching?
Good question. I would have thought Denmark, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. He had great success there with their under-19s there last week.
That's right, yeah. Jeremy been coaching there a couple of years now and working with their 19s and their senior team. Formerly a women's coach of this team, this Ireland team.
Useful cricketer in his day, Richard. He was.
More than a useful cricketer. I remember watching him at Sabina Park in the 2007 World Cup.
I don't think any of us will ever forget that.
A phenomenal innings, and
He
wasn't the worst keeper either.
Absolutely.
He was. He did a fantastic job there. But geez, what a batter! He struck it extremely well, and that innings was some innings.
A class act. Jeremy Bray, good afternoon to you. And again, well done with your under-19s in Denmark. And I think having won that event, I think they come over here, Richard. I think
they will now play in the Division 1 of the Under-19 World Cup qualifier. Change of bowling here.
Not sure whether that was an edge.
Certainly looked to be.
Yeah.
And there certainly was either a clip to the ground or it got a little edge. There was a bit of a
Not quite sure, yeah. Change of bowling. Matsipi Letsola. Nice shot. Oh, beautifully stopped.
Well,
for just the single. Quality cricket.
That's Kath Dalton's played that very late. She's cut it well wide of Mignot de Dupree at point there, but she has taken some dive to her left and managed to get a hand on that and saved certainly a couple of runs. Their fielding's been very good throughout this series.
It's just been superb. What struck me in particular, Richard, was particularly in the second of the T20s. I mean, I was just awestruck by the number of direct hits, the number of times they threw the stumps down. It was it was terrific to watch. Fantastic. Nicely played by Joyce, just pushing it into the covers. It's just a single.
Yeah,
and
no, I think all round. I mean, the Irish certainly in that game proved that their fielding was great. Obviously, taking quite a few run-outs in that game, but no, the standard around the world is going up hugely with the fielding. Played and missed again. So going back to that Denmark side, their under-19s will now progress to the Division 1 in Europe. They'll play alongside ourselves and Scotland. And I'm not sure who the other qualifiers will be for that. I think ourselves, Scotland, and it might just be the Danes, or it could be the Dutch as well. I can't honestly remember. That venue has yet to be determined. Another single out to deep cover there for Kath Dalton. But that will take place next summer, and that will be the direct qualifier to the World Cup qualifier. Which will take place later in the year before the next Under-19 World Cup in 2018. Just played back to mid-on for no run. And that's the end of the 10th over. The score 29 for 3. So the Danes will be extremely pleased, and Jeremy in particular, as coach there. The Danes have not had probably the strongest under-19 outfit the last few years. Been playing in that second division for probably the last 3 or 4 years, and they'll be really pleased to have won that competition, and that'll give them a huge lift to then play next year against the likes of ourselves and the Scots. Yeah, I'm not sure where that tournament will be held yet. Last time it was in England, but we will no doubt hear in the coming months where that'll be played.
Wide delivery.
First ball that Odine Kirsten has strayed for a few overs now.
Yeah, she's bowled an exceptionally good line and length, she has.
In her 6th over now as well on the bounce, so she's working hard. And our own under-19s should have been playing last week as well, as you'll be aware, and sadly caught the worst of the northwest weather and didn't...
Oh, the boys were unlucky, weren't they?
They were, certainly were. And that's a wide ball and flashed hard by Kath Dalton, getting a single down to third man.
Brings true meaning to that great cricket saying, if you're going to flash hard. Yep, and she certainly did that. Ireland now 31 for 3. We're in the 11th over.
Isabel Joyce similarly wafting there at a ball outside off stump. There's gaps out there, Heatley. There's no sweeper out here. They're still attacking. They're obviously trying to get wickets. 2 slips of gully still. 6-3 field. And just third man out on the boundary there. And that's a lovely shot. Isabel Joyce just on the crease, but a little back foot punch and gets the gap there just in front of square, and that's a lovely shot to take the score to 35 and 4 to her. And that's the first boundary I think we've had for some time. Huss, you can probably tell me how many balls that was.
Well,
but
the Huss will give us that in 1 minute.
We haven't had a boundary for quite some time.
First boundary of the game.
Well, I do beg your pardon. I must admit, I thought it was a long while ago, but
I must say, I thought there was another one, but no.
First boundary of the game. Okay, well, there's a bit of difference.
Just in answer to a question you posed, the answer is Denmark. JB is in Denmark.
He's in Denmark. Very good.
Says hello to everyone over here.
Just played out to point there for no run.
Just got a little dark, Richard. We talked about the sun coming out there a couple of minutes ago, just in the last 5-10 minutes. A lot of cloud cover.
Yeah, it has just come over. It's coming over quite quickly, but hopefully avoid any rain. And a lovely stroke there by Kath Dalton off the front foot, drives through point, and another boundary. So the second boundary of the Ireland innings.
Good shot, that.
It was good shot, confident shot. Got to the pitch of it, well in line. And as I said, with that attacking field, there are a few gaps in the field. But South Africa won't mind that. They'll be wanting Ireland to drive. They're wanting them to be attacking. More chance of a risk of getting out. And that's the end of the 11th over, with the score moving up to 40 for 3. It's a bit of a chit-chat going on with the umpires at the moment. I'm not quite sure what that's about. They've come together. They're talking away. the game seems to have
Not quite sure what this is about.
stopped a little bit. I think there were some players sort of running on and off. I think there was a fielder substituting, but there's a discussion going on with the captain. And it's Matsushipi who's bowling at that end, and she was having a chat with the captain. But not quite sure what it was about. But
Goodall and Daniels
I
are.
think Chloe Tryon has come off, perhaps for some treatment, and a substitute has come on. But I'm not sure the discussion was about that. Anyway, we carry on. Top ball, first ball. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Nicely
Steered
played, yeah.
down to third man. So Kath Dalton, dare I say, just starting to find herself, settle down a little bit.
Rather interesting, Richard, after 11 overs of the South African innings. South Africa were 48 without loss, we're 42 for 3. So in terms of runs on the board, very little in it, as was the case in the first ODI. Just
Yeah, I
Ireland
know.
have lost 3 wickets.
And that's the key, and that's what South Africa won't mind. Even though we're keeping relatively closely up to their rate, those wickets are absolutely crucial. Which is why this partnership is so important, that these two stick together for the next 15 or 20 overs, and then give us a chance. We've got plenty of batting to come. Claire Shillington moving down the order to act a little bit more as a finisher. And that one punched out to the sweeper at a deep cover, and a single there to Isabel Joyce.
I suppose Ireland will need all her experience now. Isabel Joyce along with Kath Dalton occupying the wicket. Dalton on strike. Looking to steer it wide of gully, but no run taken. 43 for 3 now after 12 overs. Ireland require a further 230 runs. My guest, Richard Holdsworth, Performance Director, Cricket Ireland, and delighted to have him with us this afternoon. You were going to say, Richard?
I think we're going to change the bowling coming on, Heatley. I think Sunny Lease is coming on to replace Odine Kirsten, who bowled extremely good first 6 overs, going for 23 in those 6. So a bit of a field change with Sunny Lease coming on.
Yeah, another girl who's had a very good series, Richard.
Absolutely. Yeah, it certainly has.
Fine player.
Starts well on the money, bowls it up there, but she's got a sweeper out there, and Isabel Joyce pushing that out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. So she's got a fairly defensive fielder there. We've got a deep square just behind. We've got a mid-wicket. We've got a deep mid-wicket. Mid-on the 1. And Kath Dalton there hitting it on the back foot again through to the offside sweeper. So 2 singles off the first 2 balls. We got 45 on the offside, point very well behind. Sweeper out there, extra cover and mid-off. And just steps down the wicket to get the ball on the full toss there. Doesn't quite get hold of it. And no run scored.
Nicely played. Just punched in front of square. Excellent running by Joyce. Scoreboard ticking along nicely now. Ireland 47 for 3. We're in the 13th over. Nicely flighted by Sun Elise.
And a bit more news from down in Cork, Heatley, where Cricket Scotland have moved on to 194 for 4 after 65 overs. So that's a 2-day game, and one of the one of the Scotland batters has got 50. We're not quite sure who it is, but
well done to him.
194 for 4. So they're setting a reasonable total there. Very new for those players. They won't have experienced playing much more than 50 overs ever before. So to play a 2-day game where I think they're bowling 104 overs in the day. So that'll be quite some challenge for them.
That's fantastic, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. No,
Terrific,
I mean, it's, you think we've got 3-day Interpro cricket now, and we've got 17, 18-year-olds playing in that. They really need to understand the longer form of the game. Intercontinental Cup for the senior players, and we hope not too distant future Test cricket. So to really get to grips with the longer form of the game is going to be mighty important for our best young players.
Absolutely. Wonderful opportunity for them. The Irish under-15s playing against their Scottish counterparts in Cork. Good shot there from Dalton. Another fine bit of fielding.
Yeah, Laura Wolfhard there, just in that sort of, she's in almost a fly slip position.
It is like fly slip, yeah.
It's not 45.
Yeah.
She's just got her there on sort of probably 7-8 metres back from the bat in sort of second, third slip line.
I have to say, I've been really impressed with the ingenuity on the part of the South Africans with the number of the fields they've set.
Yeah. Certainly not all orthodox. I think they've studied the Irish batters well.
Absolutely.
They're certainly trying to play to their strengths and unplug those gaps.
Nicely played by Joyce. Just pushed down to mid-off. No single. Letsola bowling a tidy over here.
Another one punched through to the sweeper at deep cover. So another single to Joyce takes her to 12. Dalton on 16 and the score to 49. That one was a little bit shorter. Kath Dalton's looked to try and pull that, almost sort of punch it off the front foot. Doesn't get hold of it, hits the pad, no run. And that's the end of the 13th over, 14th over.
I have to say, I like the way that Trisha Chetty, the South African keeper, whenever the ball strikes the pad and doesn't go for a leg bye, she's very quick to gather the ball and sort of out of the back of her hand flick it at the stumps. Really smart work on her part, and she's been a really impressive keeper.
Yeah, she has. Fantastic pair of hands, and as you say, just sort of pounces around everything. Just doesn't want to let any runs go, whether they're from her fielding or others. She's in the action all the time, like any good keeper is. It's a Sun Elise to continue. And she's just come down the wicket there and played and missed. And a superb bit of glove work, as we said, whips the bails off. And that is, unfortunately, the fourth wicket. Isabel Joyce stumped. And a very good bit of bowling from Sun Elise. So Yolanda Furey, the fourth wicket, and that's a big wicket for South Africa.
Ireland were just looking to build a bit of momentum there, Richard.
Well, they were, and they'll know that Isabel Joyce is a dangerous player. She's one of the top, certainly T20 all-rounders in the world. Certainly in ODI cricket has a tremendous record, and they'll know that she was definitely a dangerous player to get in. So that's a huge disappointment, and it brings to the crease Kim Garth, who batted extremely well at Merion a couple of days ago, and I think she got 76, was it, or 74 in the end? But
she batted beautifully.
Yeah, very good knock.
She's going to have to replicate that again today if Ireland are to surpass the South African total. Ireland require 224. Garth facing our first ball. Just pulls it round the corner to sort of short 45. No run.
So Yolanda Furey, first over, really on the money. Just flighting it up there, getting a little bit of turn.
Lovely delivery.
And she really looks to be enjoying it as well. Very short run up, only a couple of steps. Almost sort of Shane Warne-like in her approach.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And just clipped off to backward on the one, on the leg side, and Kim Garth is off the mark with a single. And nicely played off the back foot there by Kath Dalton. Just a slightly wider deliver from Furey there. And they pick up 2. Score now 52. That one a little bit more over-pitched, and a little thick nick takes it down to the third man boundary. Great chase there. I think that's Mignon Dupree down there at chasing that down to third man, but they pick up a couple.
It was a
So
splendid,
54.
a splendid chase on her part, because I have to say I thought there was 3 in that from the moment it was hit, but it wasn't to be.
Good dive and gathers the ball and throws it back well. So 54 at the end of the 15th over. So I think we're going to have. I thought we were going to have spin, and I think we are. So basically, Sunny Lease has changed ends, and she's now going to come in from the Wes Earl end. So a bit of an interesting tactic there for the South Africans. Not quite sure the reason for it. I suspect it might have been having the leg spinner with a longer sweeping boundary down here, but we've got spin at both ends. So Sunny Lease on the mark first ball, and just Kim Garth lets it go through to the keeper. And that one on the back foot, just punched out to the sweeper at cover for a single. So I suspect now Heatley, the South Africans are going to be looking. They've got 2 leg spinners who bowl off about 3 yards each. Are going to try and whistle through these middle overs, and get some overs through as quick as possible, and just keep the pressure on the Irish.
They certainly will.
Just floats that one up, and Castleton forward defending. Certainly looks as though it's turning a bit. And that one definitely turned off leg by the looks of it. Kath Dalton goes back and misses it. Almost looked as though she was leaving it. And
yes, I thought so.
Clipped off stump fantastic delivery, and Kath Dalton has gone for 20. And that's the 5th wicket to go. And I have to say, South Africa looking very strong at this point. 2 leg spinners on, and Sunny Lease takes her first wicket of this game. So under the pump, Ireland here, Heatley.
Yeah, and they get together out there. They sense they're in charge of this game. But Ireland now have 2 really experienced cricketers. Claire Shillington just coming in for her 151st cap, along with Kim Garth. These 2 both batted exceptionally well last Friday, and it's so important that they dig in now. And Shillington, who's probably more used to opening the batting, finds herself coming in down the order a little. She is on strike. Sunny Lease. Nicely played, confidently stroked into the covers. Nice way to get off the mark.
Yeah, certainly bags of experience, and whilst the pressure is very much on, I think these 2 just need to go and play their own game and not look too worried about the scoreboard and just go and bat. So Yolana Furry to continue. Claire Shillington facing. Just comes forward and plays that out to short mid wicket. A little bit uppish. And that one a bit shorter, just plays off her hip out to wide mid wicket for a single.
Got to say hello and a big shout out to Craig Senior, watching us this afternoon from Nigeria. Good afternoon to you, Craig, a stalwart of the Pembroke Cricket Club, a great writer of all things cricket, a great blogger of all things cricket. Lovely to have you with us, Craig, and I'm glad you arrived safe and sound in Nigeria. Craig out there on I think a 3-year stint, and all in Irish cricket wish him well. Good luck to you.
And that one just getting a thick edge there, Claire Shillington. And it's Dupree again chasing that one, diving, and again cuts off another 4. They just get the 2 this time. Another good throw coming in. She's been busy.
How quick is she over the ground?
Very quick. I thought that when she was running between the wickets. She is mightily fast running between the wickets. Really turns ones into 2s.
Oh.
Yeah, very fit girl. So a bit of a field change happening now. We've got a slip in. Just one coming across from the leg side, and why not? At 60 for 5, you can afford to attack. Just played out to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, these 2 are really going to try and turn the screw now. Getting through their overs quickly, attacking well. They don't really need to worry about the odd boundary. And there's a fantastic stroke there from Claire Shillington. She's come forward and absolutely driven that through extra cover, beating the wide mid-off fielder Daniels. Superbly struck ball, and
straight into the heart of the commentary box.
Commentary box, and our statistician there, he's looked to field it and nearly clocked one. But yeah, really hit very, very well.
Yeah, wonderful cricket shot. Probably the finest shot of the Irish innings thus far, bringing the Irish score now up to 64 for 5. We're in over 18. Ireland looking to... Nicely played.
That might beat the fielder as well. It has. Beautifully swept there by Kim Garth. A little bit fuller there from Sunny Lease, but she's hit that well behind. And even though they've got Daniels out there on the boundary at deep square, that has gone for 4.
Yeah, beautiful cricket shot that. Kim Garth looking to carry on from where she left off. Batting so well. Possibly 2 there. Yes, there is 2. Well run. Kim Garth, the Irish vice-captain. Just got a little bit caught in 2 minds, I think, there on that last delivery.
Yeah, looking to attack, but didn't quite get hold of it. And that one wide and 2 wide, and Azim Bag out there signalling wide. And a bit more bounce on that one. That turned and bounced. And Kim Garth just leaving it out there.
Yeah, good leave though on her part. Well watched.
Well, these two you mentioned about their experience earlier, Heatley, and certainly they've attacked these last couple of overs with that experience, positivity, and just saying, look, we've just got to go and bat. And another full bunger there, which is swept straight out to deep square just for the single. You know, they've just got to go out there and bat. They're not being fazed by the situation. As I said, the scoreboard doesn't look great, but they are playing positively, which is what they need to do. And that brings us to a drinks break. So after Ireland 72 for 5, with Kim Garth on 10 and Claire Shillington in 151st game for Ireland on 8, and these two playing very positively, but it's going to be a tough contest for Ireland now. 32 overs left, but 201s remaining to be scored. So they've just got to get on and bat and keep going. So some job they've got to do, but they're capable. We saw Kim Garth in the last game hit a very, very confident 70-odd. And we know Claire Shillington, with all her experience, can go out there and do a similar job. But I think they've got to ignore the scoreboard for the moment and just put on a sensible innings and go, hey, you know what? If we end up with 10 overs to go, as we've seen the South Africans the last couple of games, and they scored 150 in the last 15 at Merion. And there's no reason why Ireland can't do that either, but you've got to have wickets in hand. So these two need a bat for the next 20 overs and put themselves in a position where, do you know what, if you need 10, 12 and over off the last 10, well, you've got half a chance of going for them, but no good if you're 7 or 8 down.
Absolutely crucial partnership, this. Kim Garth and Claire Shillington. I didn't realise you were a tennis player, Richard. Are you a stop volley man, or are
just
you?
Because I played this morning, doesn't mean I'm a tennis player.
Well, I know you're a golfer.
I've always loved tennis, and as you can imagine, being a cricketer, all of my sort of playing career, very rarely did one have a chance to play tennis. And when I did, I absolutely loved it. It wasn't particularly good, but it's something in later life that I suppose I've got to play. I actually went on a tennis academy out in La Manga about 5 or 6 years ago. First time I'd ever been coached. Had a few lessons, and great fun, as I did with golf actually. First time I've been coached in golf, and thoroughly enjoyed it. So social tennis, very much social tennis. But
and where do you play your tennis?
Grove Lawn Tennis Club, which is in Malahide, and played on grass, which is great fun. To play on grass is quite wonderful, and so thoroughly enjoyed it. And my good lady also plays.
Okay.
So very enjoyable. As you say, golf. Similarly, whenever I get a chance to get out and play.
I've seen you firsthand. I've seen you on the 7th in Portmarnock.
Yes, more of the 7th, less of the 1st, if I remember rightly. So we continue in the 19th over. Kim Garth gets a single out to deep cover first ball there. Change of bowling, so we've got a change from the spin. I'm surprised. I thought they might continue with the spinners there, but just keep changing it, I suppose, not wanting to get allow these two to get into a rhythm. So Let's Solar is back on at this end. A dot ball there. So yeah, I remember that 7th well, Heatley.
I certainly do.
At Portmarnock, and I shan't forget that in a hurry.
For those of you viewing us this afternoon, I should say a very good afternoon to you all. Delighted to have you with us in such terrific numbers. And as an addendum to that, what Richard is talking about is the time he and I ate Portmarnock alive. The great Portmarnock Golf Club. The first par 3 is the 7th. Holdsworth up on the tee. I think it was a 6-iron, Richard, was it?
It was.
Yeah, a 6-iron.
Yep.
Banged. Oh, what a wonderful bit of fielding. Just fantastic bit of fielding there. Yeah, he banged his 6-iron to about 6 feet and nobbled the putt. And that was the end of Tector. This is fantastic.
On that hole, anyway. And what a lovely course it is.
Wonderful, Richard. Yeah, superb.
Nicely struck out to extra cover for no run. I have to say these two are looking very confident. Again, South African fielding is superb. Just, they're diving, they get a hand on it, stop those singles. But
well, that stop by Andrea Stein there just on the first ball of this over was superb athleticism on her part.
And nobody out there sweeping. So if she hadn't got a hand on that, that would have been 4. So at the end of the 18th over, 74 for 5.
Just having a little bit of a chocolate break here in the commentary box, but well deserved. We need to up those blood sugar levels.
Has nobody sent you the cakes in today?
No, well, no, not today. I'm Wendy. If you're viewing, I'm down in Claremont Road, a ground you know well.
Yeah, I think the team needs some cakes like the Test match special team.
Yeah, well, we got them in abundance in Stormont. We were looked after royally up there, as we have been here, as we have been in every ground we've been lucky to broadcast from. It's been a pleasure bringing you these games.
Single to Shillington there, out to deep cover off Sunny Lease. And that one just played back out to extra cover from Kim Garth. No run.
Garth on strike.
And that's a full toss and hit well by Kim Garth. Unfortunately, straight out to the deep square fielder. They
She's
get a single.
disappointed with herself there. She'll know she missed out on an opportunity for a boundary.
Yeah, there's two out there on the boundary there, and she would have hoped to dissect them both. And Claire Shillington there just driving out to the offside sweeper for a single. So we're going at 4 and over still, Heatley, so that
Yeah.
rate is not disastrous. But these two really do need to stick in.
Absolutely, but two very capable cricketers, Kim Garth, Claire Shillington. Nicely played by Garth, watching it closely onto the bat. Just pushes it back down to the wicket. 20 overs now gone. 77 for 5. Wind seems to be picking up a little again.
It does. Those clouds are coming over quickly. There's bits of blue sky in there, so hopefully we should avoid any rain today.
I think we'll be okay, Richard. As long as that breeze stays with us, we'll be okay.
Yeah. Just shows how much rain we have had. That outfield is very green and lush out there, isn't it? Not often at this time of year you'd see it quite like that. And that
Well
one
played.
cut down to third man. Just a single to Claire Shillington.
Garth on strike. Nicely played through mid-wicket. It's just the single. Garth moving on to 13. One behind is Claire Shillington. She's on 12. Ireland on 79. 79 for 5. Nice bit of glove work again.
Another good delivery there. Just played and missed. Just bowling that nagging length. And again, the solo just on the mark. Shillington just pushing out to extra cover. No run. Gone a little bit more defensive here, South Africa. And again, on the front foot, pushed out to the sweeper on the offside, and they get a single. I think there's a couple of overs against the spinners where they played very positively, very confidently. I think they've just thought, well, let's not let them get away too much. We'll stick a couple of sweepers out there and just contain for a period. Another dot ball. And that's the end of the 21st over. And the score 80 for 5.
And I'm going to relieve you of your duties, Richard. I'm going to thank you very much indeed for your contribution as always. Love having you here.
Not at all, Heatley. Good luck for the rest of it.
And I thank you for that, and no doubt you'll come and have a chat with me at some stage. Richard Holdsworth, Performance Director, Cricket Ireland, just taking his leave. And as he does so, Ireland 80 for 5. 21 overs gone, 193 required for victory. Shillington on 13, Garth. Shillington on 13, Garth on 13. Shillington on strike. It's a good shot. She just cuts it square of the wickets. Just a single.
Interesting, Heatley, to hear you talking about cakes.
Oh, I like them,
Would have
Lou.
been no one more pleased to see a cake in this commentary box than your previous contributor. Mr. Holdsworth loves a little bit of chocolate cake now and again. I certainly know that.
Fond of a slice of that myself, Lou.
Indeed.
Yeah, we all like a slice of chocolate cake. Garth on strike. Ooh. Missed a full bunger there. That was a...
Lucky not to bowl her that.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the worst deliveries in cricket gets wickets, Heatley.
We see that all too regularly. Nicely played. Trouble here. Trouble here. No, well run.
Well responded there by Claire Shillington. Kim kind of shot off really more on the shot than anything else, but luckily for Claire and Ireland, she trusted her partner. But it was a great stop there by Van Vaart at extra cover.
Again, just pushed for the single.
Claire Shillington, since she's come to the crease, has really played with some authority, and it's nice to see her playing good, genuine cricket shots. 151 caps today. And again, Kim Garth, far more studious in putting that full toss down to backward square, fielded by Daniels, who's on as a substitute fielder, one of South Africa's premier bowlers in the World Cup. Telling me this morning she has a little bit of tennis elbow, but looking to get back for possibly game 3 or 4.
You see anything of South Africa when you were in India?
Yes, we played South Africa in Chennai. And again, in that particular match, we were well in the game for 16, 17 overs, and some big hitting in the last 3 overs took what might have been an attainable total out of our reach. But a wonderful experience it was to be there and just see some of these top-class Indian grounds where we're so used to seeing IPL and various different things. Obviously, not as full as it would be for an IPL game.
Good cricket.
In terms of assessing, South Africa clearly seem to have done their homework. Shillington peppering extra cover here as they go with...
Yeah, we were just talking earlier with Richard about the ingenuity on the part of the... There's a good shot. Another great bit of fielding, mind you.
I think it's the one area when you look at the two teams, those little half chances brilliantly stopped there at extra cover by Lees. She's told me a little bit like yourself, Heatley. You're known as Huntley, Funtley, Puntley and Guntley. She's known as Lees, Lewis, Lewis. Lots of different names,
yep.
But she told me in pure Afrikaan terms today her name is Lees.
Lees,
which
yeah.
you did kindly correct me.
I did.
In our first broadcast.
Absolutely.
I would like to welcome at this stage someone who is tuned in, former coach of this side, sitting in Denmark where he's done an excellent job.
Oh, we've just been talking about JB actually.
Kim Garth has dragged that on, a little inside edge. And Ireland now stuttering at 86 for 6.
Pity that. Kim was looking... She was looking very comfortable. And so as Garth departs, in comes Mary Waldron. Good lunch, Lou?
Excellent lunch.
What you have?
I had the chicken a la king
Oh, I love that.
for my role as temporary groundsman, rolling the pitch at the interval, and obviously having the pleasure of your company in this commentary box.
Delighted to have you. Yes, it was delicious. And thank you.
JB, living every ball here, watching online with us. One of Ireland's great contributors himself, wonderful player.
Who will ever forget his 2007 knock?
All I remember as well on a very tricky pitch. 107 I remember JB, I think out of 200. But I'm in regular contact with Jeremy, talking all things cricket. And again, in terms of batting and attitude to batting, and we talk long and hard about technique and different things, but more than anything else, the mental side of batting. And interesting, talking of mental side of battings, we've got the run machine of Leinster cricket in the ground. Daniel Solway.
Oh, Big Dan is
I
in.
think he's about 30 short of 1,000 runs in league cricket this season, and wonderful season he's had too.
Yeah,
And
he's
it's good to see players coming over from Australia, South Africa, lending their skills to our own leagues, and from his point of view to
is
do
he here
so
with
well.
the gang of Pembroke boys.
Indeed. Down on the Macready benches, there's quite a healthy crowd here now, gathered.
Yeah.
Probably just a pity that Ireland aren't making maybe a better fist of their batting, which has been tentative to say the least, Heatley. And again, South Africa down, those diving stops which they seem to stop everything. And in the earlier part, Ireland probably weren't doing that.
Yeah, great bit of fielding there from Odine Kirsten. She bowled a superb opening spell, I thought, today.
And it's a pity, really, because it's a cracking pitch that's been delivered here by Dale McDonough. And certainly 272, probably, was a power total. But Ireland never really got going.
This girl, Trisha Chetty, she's a superb keeper, Lou.
We've said that throughout. In fact, both wicket keepers are excellent.
I was talking to Mary Waldron in between inningses today, and she was lamenting the fact that she didn't hang on to that first catch, which would have been an absolute screamer had she held on to it. Diving very low to her right. She had it for one split second, and I think just upon impact on the ground, the ball just popped.
Yes, the classic elbow hitting the ground. It was in the webbing of her gloves. It would have been a great catch. Chetty with a thick edge, and down it went. But she couldn't be faulted.
Oh, she kept
because
it
it was a
superb
fantastic
wicket.
effort. It's one thing I don't quite know, because obviously the odd occasion the same thing has happened to me, and you probably watch a lot of the international players now, they just tend to try and extend their arms that little bit longer to make sure that that type of eventuality doesn't happen. South Africa really turning the screw here, which is a pity for the large crowd that's gathered. And they really are smothering Ireland now. 7 inside the ring. Dupree marshalling backward square. Fantastic innings today. Great fielder. A real authoritative innings. Classical number 3 innings.
I thought her running between the wicket was just brilliant.
Well, in a sense, the whole tempo of the game changed when herself and Chetty started taking the inner ring on, and I remember the score was at about 140 early on in 32nd, 33rd over, and it appeared at a time when Ireland had actually bowled quite well that they'd probably garnered 25 runs that they possibly shouldn't have gone by really intelligent running. And she never stopped. Every run was pressed to the boundary, waiting for a mistake. It's something you talk to youngsters about the whole time, pushing that first run hard, and you couldn't have got a better exhibition of it than Mignon.
Oh, she was
Dupree.
wonderful today. Yeah. Ireland 89 for the loss of 6 wickets now. Shillington looking to hit down the ground. Another terrific bit of fielding. Laura Wolfhart. Another quality bit of fielding. My guest Alan Lewis was just talking about the whole nature of the South African fielding earlier on, and there's no doubt about it. In the modern game, fielding plays such a massive role now, and it's, we used to watch, be it 20 over cricket or ODI cricket, for quality batting and quality bowling, but now there's as much pleasure to be had out of watching the quality of the fielding that's on display by the top cricketers around the world.
Well, the interesting thing, Heatley, is you can have so much fun practicing your fielding. Lots of different games. I see Breen O'Rourke in the ground, Leinster's Doyen, Youth Development Officer, Director of Youth. I asked him there about 4 weeks ago to list for me the number of players that have come through as mitts to go on and play cricket for Ireland. And again, a very fine sweep there from Shillington, comes straight into our comms box. And nice piece of work. Bit more pace on the ball there, but going back to this fielding, and there's so many exercises you can do that are great fun, and I still think that probably, and I would go back to the time in 2007 and prior to that when A.D. Burrell took over coaching the Irish senior men's team and insisted that any of the players wishing to play for Ireland had to be good at least 2 disciplines, and certainly the feature again in that World Cup in 2007 was how far superior Ireland's fielding was to many of the Test nation. That was testament to him and the attitude that he brought to our fielding, and it was just fantastic to watch us, in my estimation, probably be the 3rd best fielding team at that World Cup, behind perhaps Australia and South Africa, who were largely full-time. Well, they were obviously full-time, but we weren't. But to see how Ireland improved so much of that, and it just brings a team together that, I always kind of think of fielding like a pack of hyenas. That's your chance. That's your chance to impose yourself on 2 batsmen. It's 11 against 2, and that's the way it should be. And when you see quality teams field, there's nothing better. It's one of the great arts, and it's often, as I said to you before, even in the time with Hansi Cronje, Jonty Rhodes was probably the beginning of doyens of fielders who in Hansi's eyes averaged 65. He only did average 23 with the bat, but in his eyes 65, 66, because there was always something happening. And again, this South African team today have shown the value of that. Their ability to parry, stop the ball. They've probably saved 20 runs since I've been watching here today. So as we move into the 27th over, Ireland 98 for 6. Shillington on 26. probably in a strange position for Claire. So used to opening the batting. Opened very successfully. And what's pleasing for me watching her here is that I thought her last 2 T20 innings were the best innings that I've seen her play for Ireland. And she'll probably know I've been a little bit critical at times of how Claire has given her wicket away so easily, but not in these 3 games, and I hope this continues. Again, nice to see on that occasion Ireland pressing, Mary Waldron pushing that first and slight fumble from Goodall, sweeping on the boundary.
So, what's the crack tonight, Lou? Are we at anything?
No, Sunday evening. Used to be songs of praise, but my days of songs of praise used to be the regular item.
Guide me, O thy great Jehovah.
Roast
Love
beef
that.
and Yorkshire pud,
Oh, lovely.
carved by my father.
Oh, yes, I was there on many
6
an
o'clock.
occasion.
No, you normally had the block of cheese gone at that stage.
Well, that was for starters.
You loved the block
Oh, I'm
of
very...
Golden Vale
Yeah,
cheddar.
that's your only man.
And you actually took the block out.
Yep,
You took the whole block out.
correct,
And said, I'll demolish the block.
correct. Yeah, your poor mum wasn't quite sure what was happening, and then we, of course, had the famous breakfasts in the Lewis household.
No,
Unfortunately, I failed the egg test on 1 or 2
well,
occasions.
you were never a great man. You've been consistently an unleaded beer drinker.
Oh, absolutely.
You
Well, in
love
those
it.
days, it was Harp and Lime, Lou, if you
Harp and
remember.
Lime, yes, well, that was never good for you.
No.
4 of those and you were anyone's.
Well, that's the way it was. Blinkers, Harp and Lime, a failed egg test. What a way to spend 12 hours. Harp and Lime. Janie Mac, that brings me back.
I can think of pretty sights, but you lying in your bed in your jocks wasn't one of the better ones I've seen.
Steady up
Over
now,
the
Lou.
years.
Steady, steady, steady. I know you've had a very fine lunch. Perhaps you've had a little glass of Sauvignon Blanc, I don't know, but
Some of those nylon purple ones you used to
steady
have.
up, steady up, steady up, lad. He's getting a little excited. For those of you viewing on home, my guest commentator, Alan Lewis, chairman of the Irish Selectors, talking about Golden Vale blocks of cheddar cheese. Not quite sure how that came about, but however,
In moments of dreariness, Heatley, one has to speak about
oh,
different things.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, great memories, Lou.
Certainly were.
Great memories. Shillington on strike. Ireland 103 for 6. We're in over 28. Ireland still require a mammoth 170. Good one if we could pull this out of the fire, Lou.
I think if we went to Paddy Power's, Heatley,
Odds?
I'm not so sure we'd get odds, but I certainly hope from an Irish perspective that Claire can make a significant contribution here.
Yeah. You and many others. Playing very well. She's on 30 not out. Wide delivery. Umpire Sum just stretching those arms. Andrew Mooney, Helen Caird, our 2 scorers this afternoon.
And again, Shillington coming back for 2, squirted away past Dupree, who's been panther-like
She has been
at Blackwood
panther-like.
Square. Lovely lady. Spoke to her earlier. She claimed the hug I gave her might have got her 100.
Oh,
Well, I said, if it did.
You want to be careful, Lou. She might be looking for more of them.
Well,
Never been shy to hug the ladies, as
No.
our Lou.
never minded a hug.
Bit of a hugger. Bit of a hugger in your day. Oh. Nicely played. Well weighted.
That's well weighted. Will she come now? Swooped again down there at long off. It's quite interesting. The girls tend to stay on the ropes. Probably if Mary was like that. That's an interesting one when I talk about the difference in the two teams. Had that been Mignon, she would have been back for
Oh.
two, scampering through the wickets. And again, another part of Ireland's play. I'd love to see a type of delivery like that, floated up, get using their feet. Again, look to get it through extra cover, hit the ball hard. But really, a wee bit of a nothing shot there from Mary. Not really going to garner anything there. And South Africa racing through their overs here. Slow bowlers at either end. So 164 required from 22 overs. 4 wickets in hand for Ireland as they've advanced to 109 for 4.
Do I see the president of Cricket Ireland under the score box there?
You certainly do. The great Henry Tye. And of course, Lady President Pauline Tye. Had the great pleasure of Pauline's company in India. Bundle of laughs, as our Pauline. Would talk to anyone. And seemed to engineer an invitation into some person's house in Chandigarh. Ended up having a jalfrezi and chips.
Oh, lovely.
But
The Huss wouldn't like the old jalfrezis.
no,
The Huss had a curry, I have to tell you, Lou. I'll tell you after this delivery.
the Huss would be a regulation meat and 2 veg.
Scampering for 2. Well run. Excellent running. No, we during the Afghanistan series, we were exceptionally well fed. There was a very, 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 very mild curry on one of the days. And the Huss had it. He took a mouthful and he was starting to sweat profusely. It's a good shot. Terrific shot. So the Huss was commenting on this hot curry for the next 2 days. I'd love to put a hot curry inside you, Huss. Then you'd know all about it, son.
Huss is a man of routine.
Oh, absolutely.
Man of routine.
He likes his jelly snakes and his slush puppies. Huge slush puppy man is our Huss. Always starts the day off.
Interesting here. Looking at the difference in tactic. South African off spinner bowling to 5 on the leg side.
Got to be a
Admittedly,
wide
that's a
delivery.
wide, but bowling that little bit slower, less pace on the ball. Dupree having a lot of ground to cover, but she's
Could be in trouble here if it's a direct hit.
no, she was going to be well home.
Well run. Good single. 119. Make that 120 for 6. Yeah, no, the Huss's dietary habits, not quite what they should be. Got to speak to Mrs. Huss. He likes a sausage roll for breakfast as well. Very fond of 2 sausage rolls even.
Just a classic youngster, modern youth.
Oh, that's the way the Huss is.
McDonald's,
Come through
4-star pizza,
2 bags
Dunkin'
of jelly.
Donuts,
2 bags of
Tots.
jelly tots, jelly snakes,
That's
jelly
our Huss.
eels.
and very excitable anytime the name Merrion Cricket Club comes up.
Oh, please don't go there, Lou.
Gets a little bit of a
He gets a bit jumpy.
little bit jumpy, but there we are.
$120 for 6.
So Odin Kirsten back into the attack. From the Wesserl end.
Thought some might have stretched the arms there. Not to be.
Of course, Heatley, this is the last fixture in YMCA, so the tents come down today, I think, or tomorrow. Always nice when one can host representative games. And again, nicely played, and Dupree moves to her left and gathers as Ireland advance to 121. Husses at me again. Bob is coming home for any of you listeners. Bob coming home is a reference, of course, to the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup, where his beloved Merrion take on the might of YMCA next Saturday in Merrion Cricket Club, in what promises to be an
and that's the end of Shillington. Another very comfortable catch for Sunny Elise. Sunny Elise, it's the second fine slip catch she's taken.
Interestingly there, not tucked away at first. She more took that at second slip.
Well, this is what I talked about, Lou, the ingenuity on the part of the South African captain and the field that she has set.
Well, it's certainly something that I think Ireland, when they reflect on the games they've played so far, particularly in this ODI series, I think Ireland have had the tendency to go for these traditional fields, and I think hopefully the think tank can start talking, because again, one of the features, particularly, and I'm not just saying in this match, but in ladies cricket, the ball is hit square of the wicket more often, and I think that's an area that Ireland can look maybe to defend a little bit more miserly with.
New batsman for Ireland, Amy Keneally. $122 for 7 now. Still a colossal 151 runs required. Amy Keneally and Mary Waldron occupying the crease.
Heatley, if I was to ask you to reflect on Ireland's batting display, if you were asked in a word, what would you describe it as? Would tentative do?
Yeah, it's a good word. It's a good descriptive word.
I'm going to be somewhat parochial here myself, but I would just love to see some of the top order really trying to put bat to ball, particularly in those first 10 overs, and, you know, look to get the ball away with some sense of purpose. Because there's, and I don't like it, it obviously looks on the scoreboard as if there's a lot between the two teams. I don't actually think there is. Now, I know Ireland haven't played, and this is another feature, we play so much T20 cricket where the sides did look genuinely closely matched, but you know, when you take the sense of purpose of how Dupree came to the wicket, and I just hope the girls go away and remember her innings and say to themselves, I want to be like that someday. I want to play an innings like that someday. There's just so much purpose to it. Technically so sound. You know, quality running, clever, intelligent. It was just actually it was quite funny because James Parkinson, we were watching over the side, he said, I really enjoyed watching that innings. And it's true, as true cricket lovers, there was just hardly a false shot in it.
I also throw into the mix, Lou, Chloe Tryon. I thought, again, she was terrific.
Well, do you know what surprises me about Chloe Tryon? How is she not playing in the UK Big Bash? Could you please tell me that?
Well, I was talking to the South African physio.
Is that Chiffy or Clippy?
Cliffy.
Cliffy.
Not Chippy.
Good man,
no.
Cliffy.
Cliffy. Stay away from the old chips. Cliffy, but Cliffy was just saying to me that he hasn't seen anyone in the ladies' game who hits the ball as hard. Anyone in the ladies' game who hits the ball as hard as she does. And as true and as correctly.
There's another example now, and I won't mention the expletive that Janice has thrown at me from behind the box, but hit the blank thing was the phrase. And she's absolutely right, as our Janice. And it, in a sense, typifies what we were talking about earlier. Basically a hand grenade that was thrown down that should have been dispatched to the boundary for 4. This again floated up. Love to say, get down the pitch, use your feet, be busy. Hit down the ground.
I love a busy cricketer.
And this is a time, unfortunately, one of the things about one-day cricket, it can go into a very stale stage, and certainly now we're in a very stale stage with Ireland 124 for 7 at the end of the 31st over. Ireland requiring 149 to win. And in a sense, what you would like to see is a little bit of bat to ball now.
You know, it's funny. We have scored at a reasonably good rate, Lou, as we did in Marion.
I just think up top we need to be a bit more purposeful. I think we've got to use those 10 overs. And again, I think we need to be a little bit more clever when we play game 3. It's a different set of plans, having watched these South African batters play. Because again, looking at the pitch, I would have thought certainly 250 was par. South Africa could have got 18 or 20 more, I'm sure, but we didn't actually bowl that badly at the end. Some indifferent fielding. And maybe part of this is that, you know, in the main, we're looking at South Africa, who are largely full-time athletes. But I couldn't question the drive and the resolve of the Irish girls in the circumstances to do what they do, obviously knowing from personal circumstances. But they don't play a huge amount of 50-over cricket, obviously with the advent of the Super 3s. It's a different education.
It's been interesting, Alan, because on both occasions, really, it's been one innings that has taken the game away from us.
Yes.
Both here and in game 1 in the ODI series. It's been one innings. And
it's difficult when you're in the public eye. when you're playing these games. Everyone around here wanting the girls to do so well. Hugely supportive.
And the girls have done very well, Lou. They've been terrific, I think. You know, it's a very tough ask. You got to remember they're playing the number 4 ranked nation in ladies cricket in the world.
Very true, Heatley. I do accept that totally.
You know, these are full-time athletes, full-time cricketers, quality cricketers, each and every one of them. You know, we drew the T20 series. You know, we still have a further 2 games left to play in this ODI series, so you know, we're heading out to Malahide on Tuesday, and we'll follow that up with a visit to the Lovely Hills Cricket Club in Milverton, out in North County Dublin.
2 super places to play, and talking to the South Africans as I did this morning, they thoroughly enjoyed their trip so far. Very friendly bunch.
Oh, lovely.
Full of smiles.
Lovely bunch of people, management and players alike.
The day in town yesterday, had the day off. Made full use of it, they told me, so...
Oh, they have a big day planned for Wednesday, let me tell you.
Oh?
Oh,
have
yes.
you any news for me?
Oh, I've lots of news.
Tell me now.
Oh, lots.
What are you going to tell me?
Going on a sightseeing tour.
Oh, are you leading the charge?
No, the
Will you be
Huss.
front of the bus?
Oh, no, the Huss is front of the bus.
Huss won't be near the bus.
Oh, no,
He'll eat
he's
his
already,
jelly beans.
no, he's already got it. He'll have jelly beans en masse with him, but they're planning on having a look around Dublin, and I'm sure...
Janice told me earlier, Thursday night is the night to be in town.
And why might that be?
King Rangan is putting on a
Oh,
show.
Lord. That could be interesting.
I've had many a night with King Rangan in both Sri Lanka and Ireland in his great hostelry in town.
I hope you'll have
Big
many
place
more.
for cricket lovers, and hopefully we'll be there again.
Animal.
Not much to say at the moment, really, Heatley, is there?
Just going through a rather pensive moment.
Any news from the Test match, Heatley, or Huss? Would
No,
you give
yeah,
me some news,
that'll be
please?
interesting now, yeah. And
I'd like to know.
I'd also like to get some news on the Knights against the Warriors, if possible, please.
Thank you. Wow. Pakistan 151 for 9. An extraordinary turnaround in a test match. They were 70 for 1 at lunch. 151 for 9.
Who's got the wickets?
They seem to have been shared. I can't quite see. I certainly see Broad has 2, Anderson has 2.
Jumping Jimmy.
And perhaps Pakistan will be as disappointed as Ireland might be here with their batting display today. And probably bar the authority of Claire Shillington. It's been tentative stuff, Janice. Now that I'm joined by Janice, we're going to do a little bit of a silver fox and brains as opposed to hairy and brains. So, what are your thoughts, Janice?
I think it's been totally and utterly uninspiring, to be honest. I'm very disappointed. I think our bats... We all know that if you're playing against a quality side, the one thing you do is get back to ball. You don't have to hit the leather off the ball. Start to nudge the ball around. Take your singles. Put the fielders under pressure. I'm afraid our top order have not done that. The only two who started to do it was Isabel Joyce, Claire Shillington and Kim Garth. Other than that, our bats, they look afraid.
And as Janice says that, Amy Keneally spanks one down the ground for 4.
I'm going to stop you there, guys, for a sec. We've been talking about other games going on today, and one of those big games is the Northern Knights are playing the Northwest Warriors up in Waringstown. The Northwest Warriors batted first and scored 270, and the Knights are currently 96 for 3.
Who got runs for the Warriors, Heatley, please? Have you any idea? Or?
I don't know, but I'll tell you now in 1 second. I'll give you one guess.
A. McBride.
Well done. Give you another guess. Got to be the greatest rock and roll name in cricket.
Rock and roll name in
huge
cricket.
rock and roll name.
I'm
Big.
all shook up.
No.
Hey.
Ricky Lee Doherty.
Oh, Ricky Lee.
I love Big
Now,
Ricky.
do you remember about Ricky Lee Jones?
Of
You've
course.
always been at me about my knowledge of artists, singers, words of songs. Chucky's in love.
Well done. Yeah, Andy McBride.
He's going to sing, everyone. Tune out.
Andy,
Great Alan Lewis.
Andy McBride scored 66 and Ricky Lee Doherty scored 60. Competitive total, the Warriors scoring 270.
So let's Sola back in the attack. 35th over here, Ireland 135 for 7. You kind of confused me there, HT, with a little bit of rock and roll. Ricky Lee Jones. Was Ricky Lee rock and roll, or was
Not
it
really,
a little bit
no. I would describe Ricky Lee
Touch Carly Simon.
middle of the road stuff, I think. Chucky's in Love is right. Good song, that. Playing a miss. We're in the 35th over.
All the type of nonsense that would be talked by Philip Tufnell on TMS, but I do love him on A Question of Sport, I have to say. Tuffers.
I like Tuffers myself.
The cat is a legend on Question of Sport.
There's a couple of good sporting quiz programs. I have one favourite. Do you know what it is?
Oh, it's the League of Their Own.
Oh,
James Corden.
no. What an operator he is.
Oh.
We're losing them, guys. We're losing them.
One of the best. We must get back to cricket, Heatley, now, please. Sorry, Janice.
Well, Andrew Flintoff is the skipper.
We'll get back to cricket.
We sure will. We're in the 35th over. Ireland 135. 7 wickets down. Keneally and Waldron.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Nicely played by Mary Waldron. Driven through the covers for a single. 136 for 7 now. Ireland still require 137 to win. Earlier on today, South Africa won the toss and batted first. I'm actually not quite sure whether she thought she was going to get there or not. I think there was a degree of hesitancy on.
They don't drop many, the South Africans, although there was one absolute dolly, extraordinary drop in the previous game.
There was. Yeah, there was.
Some absolute beauts.
Yolande Fure there. She won't be happy with that, having got her hands to it. I think she tried to palm it up and grab it on the rebound, but it wasn't to be.
And a little bit like reaching the 18th hole, Heatley, I will be bidding farewell
Absolutely.
for the time being, and
Thank you, Lou.
at the drinks break, be handing over to Janice, who's out of her Hawaiian costume now. A little bit more chilly here in YMCA as the players take drinks. So I'm going to hand over to Janice now, who's going to take over to bring us to the end of play. Many thanks, Heatley, so far.
Pleasure, Lou. Always a great pleasure having you with us, and your contribution has been fab. So well done.
A little bit frustrated, Heatley, watching this, I'm afraid.
The customary 1, 2, 3 SA is the cheer on the part of the South African bowlers and fielders.
I want to see our batsmen sort of nudging the ball around, taking singles, looking for singles, trying to put the fielders under pressure, rather than trying to whack the ball or playing a miss. They should now take this as sort of a learning curve. I mean, let's face it, the game is lost. But so we have to let's try and get something out of it. They should be trying to build a partnership, even for their own personal record. Push the ball around and start to just rack up some runs.
Yeah, we'd certainly like to see some of that. It is an opportunity for the lower order to make an impression.
Good girl.
There's a good shot now. Very good shot by Amy Keneally. Terrific shot.
Lovely shot. She just lofted the ball over the infield down to sort of cow corner mid-on, deep mid-on. I mean, as we were saying, this is the start of a build-up for this team for the World Cup next year in England. And talking to Aaron Hamilton earlier, they have not played an international ODI for 2 years, and I think that shows.
It's an interesting start. Yes,
the emphasis has been on T20 because of the last World Cup was T20. But I think because both forms of the game are counted for points for your ranking, that they should now start to play both.
Coach Aaron Hamilton just striding past us there. Lead coach for the Irish team. Waldron getting slightly stuck in the crease there.
That's a very nice shot. Now, that's a good shot, 1 run. She got back to ball. She'll get the feel of that, and she took a single. That's good cricket at this stage.
Yep.
This, of course, is Sunay Luce bowling, and she took 6 wickets on Friday for 30-odd runs. She was their most successful bowler, and she's a quality bowler.
Nicely pushed through the covers there. Mary Waldron. Yeah, I was just saying, Janice, I think, when you find yourself in a situation like this, whilst usurping the South African total may be impossible, it's a real opportunity for the tailenders to say to Coach Hamilton, look, here I am.
Absolutely. They should have little personal goals that they want to reach. And the main thing is, when you're batting, you bat with your partner, you set targets, but the main thing is that you keep the scoreboard ticking over. I think our top order were extremely tentative.
Yep, no doubt. The ladies will chat about that this evening and see how best they can attack this South African attack come Tuesday in Malahide. Good call.
These two they've now got a great sense of urgency. It's as if they had a little meeting and they've decided exactly to do what we've been suggesting that they should do. They're beginning to push the ball around and take singles.
It's got to be a wide delivery, perhaps. In fact, a number of wides, I would have thought. Yes, that's the case. Ireland creeping towards the 150 mark. Ireland 149 now for the loss of 7 wickets. It's got very overcast here in Claremont Road. Quite dark and blustery. Reminds me nearly of a November evening, really.
Yes, it's not great crickety weather. Speaking of great crickety weather, and I got a text from my friend Sharon Mullins, who is experiencing crickety weather. 30 degrees on her terrace.
Oh, where is that?
Tenerife.
Oh, lovely.
You sit back and enjoy this, Sharon. She's listening to you, Heatley.
Haven't quite seen the Tenerife ladies play cricket yet, though.
I'd be happy to go out there and set up a team.
Oh. Thought you would.
I've got the wardrobe.
Crackers and cheese on the veranda, washed down by the finest of Chablis, no doubt, Janice.
I'm a Pinot Noir girl.
Oh. Bit of a Maiwadi man myself.
Oh, yes. So I hear. It's a very nice shot.
Nicely played. $151 now for 7. Useful little partnership this, a partnership of 30.
Yep, they're doing well. And they're not doing anything. Big shout.
Big
there.
appeal.
Maybe it's heading down leg. They're not doing anything spectacular. They're just nudging the ball around. Nice catch. Nice catch. It went up very high and it's sort of in the swirling breeze.
Yeah.
She kept her eye on it very well.
Yeah. Good little cameo knock all the same.
Yeah. Amy has done well. 15 coming in number 9. And it's not bad.
no single.
I know the bats in particular spent a lot of time after each of these fixtures analysing what happened and how they were out, and and where they scored the runs and where they didn't score the runs, and I hope that they look, particularly at our top order, will look at their batting. There was to me they looked as though they were playing down the wrong line. There was a lot of play and miss.
I've no doubt that the analysis people will be hard at work this evening. O'Reilly on strike.
Lucy likes to get onto the front foot. It's not a bad thing. She does like to play forward off her front foot.
Those who came clad in shorts and t-shirts, I'm sure they're wishing they had something a little warmer on them. It's suddenly got very cold and dark and murky and generally unpleasant.
There's several people over there wrapped in rugs.
Yeah, can't say I blame them either. O'Reilly on strike. Working it through mid-wicket.
She hogs the strike at the end of the over. I'm surprised South Africa haven't sort of gone in for the kill here, although they've now just changed the bowling. ODI and Kirsten is coming on to bowl. She's one of the few players on this side who is not under contract for with South Africa cricket, so she's got a point to prove. She bowls right arm medium fast, and they've put in a slip, 2 slips, point, cover, extra cover, mid on, mid off, third man. So we're going to expect her to ping it in just to middle and off. That won't faze Lucy.
Wouldn't have thought so.
Good running. Mary is alert. Good running.
I have to say, it wouldn't surprise me if the umpires came together at the end of the over to discuss the light. It's really got incredibly dark here now.
Does that mean we get a draw?
If only. Waldron just running it down to third man. 156 for 8. We're in the 40th over. Earlier on, South Africa won the toss, elected to bat as they did in the first ODI, and scored 272 runs. Quality batting. O'Reilly just leaving it through to the keeper, Trisha Chetty. The ever alert and lively Trisha Chetty kept a superb wicket right throughout the series. It's been a pleasure to watch her. 2 slips. Again, run down to third man.
I think the fielder was getting a little bit of chit-chat there for that big overthrow. Mary likes to play that little sort of dab to backward point. She doesn't move her feet very much, so she would be in danger now of being caught behind, particularly off this bowler. And with that, she took a big hoofy step across the wicket. Good.
4/5 of the way through the Irish innings now. 40 overs gone. The cry is keep going Ireland. I'm sure they'll do their very best. Still require 116. Run rate creeping to over 11 and over. It's an enormous task. 157 for 8. Lucy O'Reilly on 3, Mary Waldron on 16. It's Lucy O'Reilly to face. Exceptionally well fielded. Beautifully fielded again.
In fairness, with a bowling attack of this quality, I think the Irish bats should now be setting a target maybe of, let's see if we can get 200.
Happened on a number of occasions today where the umpires have had to signal a dead ball.
Is there a little bit of rain in the area?
There is a few spots there.
Nice shot. Just clipped off her toes there to mid-wicket. Nice shot. Good running. Oh, we have horizontal rain now. Heatley.
All in all, pretty unpleasant.
Yep.
It's been coming for a while, I'm afraid.
Summer in Dublin, huh? So you can see the umpires are looking at each other. That's a shot. And she signalled a 4. That's a welcome 4 for Ireland. I see the ground staff have gone down to the covers. good. Mary Waldron is stacking up a nice little innings here, going in at number 8.
A lot of top balls, Janice, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I know.
Poor strike rate. $164 for 8 now. We're about to commence the 42nd over. As Janice has just alluded to, Mary Waldron on 21, Lucy O'Reilly on 5.
Oh, big appeal by the fielders behind the bat. The bowler wasn't interested though. And the rain's gone.
Absolutely. Touch wood. Rain, rain, go to Spain. Good shot. Nicely played. Might be looking for a second. They've got to look for a second, and they'll get a comfortable second.
The
Good
bowler
shot.
there just strayed a little in her line, allowing Lucy to drive the ball towards mid-wicket. Most
Yep.
of the fielders are on the offside. She's very fond of trying to cut the ball. It would be possibly, if she should consider maybe going back and across and playing a back foot drive rather than trying to cut that ball. She's sort of living dangerously. Did it carry, do you think?
No, I don't think so.
Run out chance and
No.
very close.
Well run. She flashed hard.
She's quick, she's fit. Mary Waldron is very fit. So a good 2 runs.
Umpire Neil just checking the stumps, putting the bails back on. All is well in the cricketing world from a South African perspective.
$168 for 8.
Yeah, we've got 8 overs of this match remaining. Ireland require 105 runs. Going to take this opportunity to thank the many thousands of viewers who are with us today. Let's hope you're enjoying the cricket. We bring you live cricket again this coming Tuesday from the Malahide Cricket Club, and this Thursday from the Hills Cricket Club. 2 more ODIs in this 4-game series. Yolande Fury back into the attack. The call is no. Good call. Sensible call.
Yolani bowls leg spin. And she's a tidy bowler. I'd say the South Africans are keen to get through these last 8 overs quite quickly. That's a deliberate shot by Mary Waldron to hit the ball over the infield. And she played it
Dissecting
well.
sort of mid-on and mid-off, really.
Yeah.
It's a case of batten the hatches down here. We're being
Well run.
particularly delighted I'm not out in Dunleary Port on a little 420. Might be a case of man overboard.
I think it'll be a bit choppy.
I wouldn't fancy it, Janice. No,
Not a great sailor myself.
no. Ain't got sea legs. Ain't got sea hips. Not for me. I'm a cricket man, I'm afraid. I like to be on terra firma, the green grass of home. 171 for 8. 102 required. Good shot from O'Reilly. Excellent shot from
Yes,
Lucy
she knew
O'Reilly.
it was 4. She knew it was 4 from the moment it left the bat. She got into position early and she whacked it to backward square to the boundary.
O'Reilly has now moved on to 13, her highest score for Ireland. She'll be delighted with this. Well played, Lucy.
Yes, our tail are sort of getting some runs.
Under the 100 mark now, down to 97. Nicely worked by Waldron, out to square leg. It's just a single. Another single to the total. Another over completed. 177 now for the loss of 8 wickets. 43 overs bowled, 96 required.
Again, a nice little partnership building here for the 8th wicket.
Yep, just over 25, 26 to be precise.
But they're doing it intelligently, just pushing the ball around, waiting for the bad ball. But if they get a good ball, they're trying to get singles by working the ball to the onside to where the fielders aren't. Yeah, they brought on another spinner now from the far end. I think they want to get through the overs quickly. It's the captain.
Devnarine. Denisha Devnarine. Nicely tucked.
Tanisha is the stand-in captain for this team. As we know, Minon Dupreece resigned the captaincy, and then Van Niekerk was appointed the captain, and she is playing in the T20 competition in England at the moment. So Denisha was asked to step up and captain the team.
As I'm sure will Chloe try on very shortly. She's got to attract their attention.
Yes.
She's been just brilliant.
Good girl, Mary. Over the top. A deliberate shot over the top for 4. Denisha, interestingly, is also Heatley a level 3 coach.
Yes, the guys were telling me that, Janice, and Waldron with that 4 moves on to 30, her highest score for Ireland as well.
She was fairly clear in her calling there, wasn't she?
Yep. You can't beat a good yes, no, wait, delivered with clarity. Thought about going after that and didn't quite pull the trigger at the end.
She's been quite clever too, Mary. She's not letting the bowler rush her. The bowler is trying to bowl the 6 balls quickly, and Mary it was stepping back and taking her time to get herself set for the next delivery. And she keeps the strike, and that's good cricket.
Yolane Fury continuing now.
Well done. They'll get 2 here.
At least. No, just the 2.
It's been
Well
one of the
fielded.
features actually of the South African fielding. Their throwing is they've big arms.
Because they're throwing into a strong breeze there. Coming back into her crease there, Waldron, and trying to work it through mid-wicket.
That's worth an appeal, and yes,
And there's the
out.
dreaded finger. Umpire Neil raises the finger.
Lucy stepped back to play the ball there and just missed, so it looked fairly plumb from here.
Big appeal by the looks of Metcalf. I think she may have got some bat on that, which possibly may have saved her.
She should really try not to be tempted to play across the line like that. And there we go, back to playing straight. Oh. Well fielded down here at Cow Corner. Again, it was a deliberate shot by Ciara to hit the ball over the infield. And she keeps the strike.
Ireland moving into the 200s, and they'll be very glad to have surpassed Friday's ODI total. 202 for 9.
It's been a very good effort by the lower order.
Absolutely.
Well bowled and well played. Ciara, being a spinner herself, won't be fazed by anything these spinners can do. She is a student of the game, and she's very aware what these spinners are doing with the ball.
Oh, I like that call, Mary.
I think they heard that call in Pembroke. It's clear.
Perhaps so. Good call, though. That's the way we like it. A strong, vociferous no. Oh.
Nicely played at the end of the over. Mary Waldron has the strike and is on 42. Ireland are on 204 for 9.
Yes, 2 overs remaining. Just about 35 and over required.
And another change of bowling, Heatley. Minon Duprise is coming on to bowl.
Well, she's had such a brilliant day. It wouldn't surprise me if she finished things in style.
Yes.
The one thing that struck me about that wonderful innings of hers was her running between the wickets. It was just superb.
As well, it was a carefully constructed innings because she'd been in a bit of a slump batting-wise. She started slowly. She just started nudging the ball around and slowly but surely built her confidence and her timing, and then began to strike the ball beautifully later on in her innings.
Yeah, she permanently put the Irish fielders under pressure, permanently turning ones into twos, twos into threes. Just a real example for all the young girls here today. She was fantastic. Just been informed by the Huss, this is the very first time that she has bowled in ODI cricket. Chance of a run out, a direct hit, and
direct hit.
And that concludes play.
And it is
Ireland.
Minon's Day.
Yeah, absolutely. Ireland all out for 204. We'd like to thank you very much for joining us on the live stream. It's been terrific bringing the game to you. My thanks to Janice Walsh, my thanks to Richard Holdsworth, my thanks to Alan Lewis and my many contributors throughout the day. My thanks to all the production team here in Claremont Road. Done another sterling job. It's great work, lads. I thank you all. And we look forward to bringing you cricket this coming Tuesday in Malahide for the third of 4 ODIs. From us all here in Claremont Road, Slán Golath. See you Tuesday.